all sorts of things.
Good old Julia. Goshi, how you doing? Chicken, good to see you. Pork, I hope you're using your finger in all sorts of new ways. How's it going? Such victorious music. Alright. I gotta remember, I have to crank up the volume. I have to crank up the volume for the Julia Child stuff because the volume's really low. But that means I need to keep like adjusting it, turning it back down and whatever. Okay. All right. Well, the party was the house cooling party last night was fun. It was good to say, reminisce and do some stuff. So that was good. As much as I regretted not being able to finish doing stuff yesterday, but we are gonna... Oh, hey, we got a streak. Wait, hold on. All right. All right. We got a 35 watch stream streak. Goshi, thank you for the 30 stream streak. Let's go, streakers. Oh, oh. Oh, 35.
R.I.P.
And one to grow. They got... I saw a Gojo and a kitty. Congratulations. A Gojo and a kitty. Off to an auspicious start. Okay. It's all downhill from here. No Chungo. I know! The Chungo is, it's interesting. So the order is Chungo, Gojo, Cat, regular, right? So you have 3 opportunities before hitting the regular, but the Chungo is the first one. So apparently Chungo's not getting any love lately. Sad. Anyway, the house cooling party, it was good. It was just me and only like 2 of us, plus the couple that's is moving. But we reminisced a bit, had some cider and what was it? Cider and whiskey. Anyway. I actually didn't get out of there till really late. Fortunately, I was working from home today. Oh, okay. So we're -3 now. We're -3 on this, and that's getting a little bit confusing. And we're on B10. So I guess it's just Perling 2? There's soot everywhere. Lumi, how's it going? Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, this is a 3-2.
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
It's the only way to get good chicken. Isn't that right, chicken? Or either that or use your finger. Oh, not that great, to be honest. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, we'll do our best to chase away the blahs with some chill knitting, the occasional soot, and tragic ring loss. True, see? You gotta be the squeaky wheel. Try the finger first, and if that doesn't work, then take it back. There we go. Yeah, try the finger first. What was the tri-finger butthole? What is it? Yeah, what is that from? It's from Elden Ring? Like what? Where in Elden Ring? What's the context again? I know the phrase, but I've forgotten the context. Oh, players can leave messages with pre-assorted word choices. Yeah, okay. Predetermined word choices. That people found that combo of words pretty quick. Yeah, okay. So that was getting left everywhere. That's right. Classic. Get used to using your finger for all sorts of things. I could probably piece together from Julia Child sound clips her saying that phrase. You don't doubt that. Also, yeah, I was going to say, I think I kind of have to do that now. Oh, man, it's Tuesday. It's one of the, like, I got a lot done, but none of the things that I got done are related to the one thing that I really wanted to get done. Which is pretty classic. Some boogers just take a really long time to flick. Ooh, heavy phone call. Good luck. Butthole. All right. Well, I think today may be our only remaining normal day of the week. Tomorrow I've got choir practice. Thursday I've got this work event that will probably go to about 7 o'clock and runs the risk of me just like not getting back until really late. If that happens, we may not have any stream on Thursday. Friday, there's supposed to be a, well, I guess it's like a house cooling. It's, a farewell event for some friends of mine that are moving to Korea, South Korea. So that's supposed to start at 5. It's also supposed to be an open house, meaning like, right, I don't need to stay there the whole time sort of thing. So it's also supposed to be like a little gross and snowy. So yeah. So Friday may just be a late start, but we'll see. I'm going to attempt to be working home that day too. So we'll see. Beep, beep, ding. Hey, coffee. Yeah, moving to Korea. Big life decision. Yeah, it's part of work. Part of work for this person. It'll be like a year or two. They've got 2 kids that are like, I don't know, 1 and 3 years old. So I think it was one of those things where this was like the best time, given how old the kids were and all that stuff. Like it was sort of like now or never. Because if they only go for a year or two, right? There were pretty long hours there, not a lot of holidays. I wonder, I don't know what he works with Palantir. So I presume that they'll keep US hours, which honestly aren't that much better, probably. This is 2 and 3. Oh man. Beep, beep, beep. South Korea minimum work is set at 40 hours with a maximum of 52 allowed, which includes up to 12 of overtime. Standard working 9 to 6, Monday through Friday. And in Korea, that means you're working 52. Although if American, it could just be 40. Yeah. Oops. Okay, wait a minute. Sorry. All right, that's the last 5. So I need to... Okay, that's killing a stitch. Die, stitch, die. Knit, slip, and knit. All right, there we go. Okay, so that was 130. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of hours they'll be able to keep. I assume it'll be more like US hours. But, because I think, well, I don't know. I don't know if he's working with the US military out there or if it's actually with Korea. I'm pretty sure he doesn't speak Korean, so I'm pretty sure it's there to work with the US presence. Okay. All right, and we're gonna purl 2 together. We're finally eliminating a cable out of the B section, which is exciting. Oop, well, that didn't work. Not speaking Korean, gonna be playing life in hard mode. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think you can, I don't know, you can insulate your pretty self pretty well. I'm sure the kids will be picking up stuff. Okay, so we're on, hold on, I marked this. I tried to mark this. Knit, roll 2, and then the rest of the cables. Yeah, okay, so we're like -1 cable. Okay, well that's cool. We're on B11. Coffee, how are the studying preps going? Oh, you finished the grammar book. Hey, congratulations. All memorized. Well done. So what do you have left to study at this point? Kind of just reviewing everything, or? We start reviewing tomorrow. Okay. All right. We got a whole like 5 days. Try to read as many texts from the Shinkansen reading book. Okay. Good, good. Good practice. What does Shinkansen mean? Get used to a lot of reading, pick up some stuff. It should be repeated, the word, yeah, the learned words. Should be. The new Kanzen master book. Uh-huh. What's Kanzen? Oh, Kanzen. Okay. Complete. Don't know how those books. I do, but how if I remember the kanji? Wait a minute. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I guess we're fine. Alright. It felt like... I don't know about this. Hey, Daioh! You come in first thing here is uh-oh. Yeah, I know. There's always an uh-oh. Is this the vibe today? Yes. Tuesday is uh-oh. How are you doing? Coffee is, over the hump for studying. It's all downhill from here. Oh, by the way, coffee. We did have several mentions of coffee yesterday with Julia Child, but they were all kind of boring things like, you know, boil up some strong coffee, blah, blah, blah. It was nothing like, oh, that would be a good quote. Nothing like, here's our dear old friend, the chicken. So we'll continue to wait. We'll continue to wait for the perfect coffee quote. Downhill with a sled? Let's only hope so. It rained most of the day here, but it was also maybe like a degree or two above freezing. So I kept waiting. We did not get any snow. It was snowing just a bit to the north, but we did not get any snow. Oops. They keep oscillating on Friday. Friday has gone from, well, actually the whole weekend has gone from kind of like precipitation to not precipitation to being kind of snowy to, so we'll see what happens Friday. ideally, I don't have to leave. That's what I'm aiming for. In fact, here, hold on. Let's take a look. Cape Charles. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we've been near freezing most of the day. Next couple days will be, next few days we'll be going, oh, no, we're largely below freezing, at least at night. We can see here Friday, this will be atrocious. Friday, it's supposed to, there's a chance of precipitation and snow basically during rush hour, evening rush hour, right? 2 to like 7. Like, oh, that would be terrible. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Probably will be very gross. All right, we are just knitting here. It's funny, we last night we watched the episode for Julia Child on aspic. And all this talk of aspic, and we didn't get a single like good quote out of it. Very sad. You watched the Anti-Chef episode about that recipe? What's Anti-Chef? They try to replicate Julia Child's old recipes or something. It doesn't go well most of the time. I was gonna say they uncook food. Still entertaining. How to go with the aspic? She makes like a poached egg in aspic. Other chefs too? Okay. He once scraped the vanilla seeds from a pot and threw them away. Oh no. You can't slash. That's tragic. No slashing allowed. Not very versed in cooking, so you get a oh, there you go, right? Learning on the internet. Getting somewhat good. Recipes are vague. Still make mistakes in your first try, huh? All right, so there we go.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Whoops. Oh, right. Okay. B11. Okay, I guess I just didn't write down that I'm not doing that. So we're not doing the final cable. One, two, three, four. Yeah, so I get to do one stitch there. And then we're gonna purl two together. And I'm gonna purl, knit, knit. Purl. Knit. Knit. Okay. There we go. All right, so at this point you can see we're erasing all that stuff. We're starting to erase into this. All right, so that was row 131. Actually, you know what? This is actually starting on 129. I want to get a better sense of like how many rows we're doing every day. All right. Row 132. Was that in the music? The title is Legendary Whale, and I thought I heard like a little, like, dog bark. All right, so we're on B12 minus 5. I guess that doesn't matter. B12 minus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I should be on three knits. Yes. All right, there we go. Well, we got a couple options this evening. We could either rewatch the Aspic episode, or we can just move on. The next episode was... What was the next episode? Fish soup and bouillabaisse. I don't know. We could certainly go with some more ass picking. One, two, three. 12. 3, 1. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Mm-hmm. Oh. You know, the sad part of not, of having like all the interruptions this week is I really wanted to get done with this piece by the end of the week. I think it's possible. But it's just gonna be kind of annoying. The hard part about finishing this is having to deal with how to do the neck. You haven't done it in kind of S-back? Backwards? Wouldn't want to try savory jello? Eh. The poached egg in the aspic looked like it would be pretty tasty. It seems like the biggest problem with aspic, like, my sense is like the modern palate is way too used to anything gelatin being sweet. Whether it's like jellies or just jello, it's always sweet. And so the mental idea of like a savory jello, a savory jelly is just, it's something we're just not used to. Because we're so overexposed to the other type. So that seems to be like the hardest part of it. It's like, why would I want this? Looks too much like the food you give to your cat. She often gets food and jelly. There you go. Well, you know, that's your backup. You make the aspic and you don't like it, you just give it to your cat. You don't mind savory jello and meat pies? Yeah, I guess, right, there's a difference where it's kind of like a side effect of something versus like the main focus, or not even the main focus, but like a major component. Was that spam? Hmm. You pour the jello into the meat pies to fill them up. Oh, okay. But how much does that really take up? It leaves holes. Okay. Aspic, yeah, aspic. I basically think savory jello. Oops. You pour it once it's cold. Yeah, well, that makes sense. You wouldn't, meats and sauces. Sort of. Acorn. Aspic is very mild. Nowadays that won't fly.
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
Right. Only way of getting good chicken. Gordon, how are you doing? How is Where the Winds Meet? That's right. You gotta complain about your aspic. Ah! This aspic isn't strong enough. My ass still scratchy. Still itches. Not strong enough. Need stronger aspic. Make it. Should make aspic for Christmas. Make like peppermint aspic. Hey Ackliser, how are you doing? We're talking about aspic. What? Suspend awful. There you go. Grapes, awful. How about you half awful, half grapes? There we go. There's your holiday winner. Chicken liver should go well with some Porto aspic. Patriotic. Oh. No. Bah. Give in to the aspic. Patriotic aspic. You gotta make aspic great again. You know those foods that everything seems to be nice? No. Give them 5. Wait. Give them crostini with aspic? Just throw in a random ingredient, pretty much. I mean, that's what they do on, like, the cooking shows with the random ingredients. Like, I'm gonna make this thing, but I'm also gonna add this weird ingredient because it's in the basket. The aspic monarchy. Chicken liver with cherries and mint jello. That's right. That was a good old Abe Simpson joke. Call me mint jelly, 'cause I'm on the lam. Your lurky lurk, enjoy the lurk. We will be here making bad jokes and knitting. It is a good one. That's a good example of a phrase that like that's the only time you ever heard that word. Lamb, L-A-M. Being on the lam. There's some words that only show up like in like very specific content, and no one ever says that anymore. That's like a 1920s phrase. He's on the lam. Okay. Right. B12. And I said minus 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I did 3 knits. 3 knits. Okay. YouTube. And we're gonna knit. Hey, chicken dough. We are knitting. We're making good progress on our sweater here. We're decreasing on our front piece. So there, I'm knitting 2 stitches together, so we're decreasing. Knit. Slip. Knit. All right. Dun, 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 dun. All right. I'm going to keep stretching this out. Okay. YouTube. So we're making good progress here. You can see we're decreasing our stitches, so we're slowly eroding into the cables. We're decreasing currently on the front and the back, so we're decreasing pretty quickly here. In fact, so now we're on row 133. Row with only, oh, okay, it's row with only 1 cable. Knitting looks simpler than you thought it would be? You mean knitting in general looks simpler? I think it's, once you kind of get the basics, Kind of like crochet. It's like, oh, okay. There's a limited set of variations on what you're doing. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, so that's purling two together. You do. How many rows are needed to complete a sweater? That's really hard to say. Like, this is in 4 pieces, so we've made the sleeves and the back piece separately. And I think each of those was like 100, almost 200 rows. So, but it depends. It depends on the sweater, depends on your size, depends on the size that you're making, depends on the size of the yarn, the number types of stitches you're doing, all that stuff. So I wish there were an easy answer there, but there's not. Oh, did you get an email about a department Christmas party? Good luck. Okay. B13 should be carrying in front, right? Yeah. Where's my cable needle? There it is. Even with this sweater, I selected one of the sizes. I selected one of the sizes from the pattern, but then I added like 3 inches to the length. So I just decided to make it longer because I'm kind of a thinner but taller body type. And so I picked something that was kind of a smaller thing, but I made it longer. Well, who was that? Hold on, I'm sorry. Ah, Anna Cherry, hello. Hello. Okay. All right. You're not going to go. That's why you take holidays during Christmas and the week before, so you skip. Yeah, exactly. Special cake. People ate in 5 minutes and everyone proceeded to talk to you. Oh yeah. Horror. Yeah, make an aspic cake. Oh, not to talk to you. Oh, okay. Tuna salad and aspic. There you go. That's a holiday winner right there. Laxative aspic. There you go. Make it a laxative aspic. 10-10 power move. You would just need to make sure that it was tasty enough that everyone consumed it completely and there would be no evidence left. You do. What's the longest knitting project I've done? Probably this one. Before that was this double knit scarf. Hey, Semi. We did this double knit scarf. A Doctor Who pattern. You see there's the TARDIS. But basically a double knit. It's knitted on both sides. That was a long project too, but this sweater is also pretty long. Oh, let's see. You got a message asking if you were attending your end of the year celebration. It's an international potluck. And you have no idea what to bring. It's annoying. Well, international, that's vague. You can make anything. You could even make like steak and potatoes, right? I mean, that's international. Hey, have a good one, Goshi. Sorry. You do. Any food, call it foreign, really? I really got, I wouldn't call it talent. I would call it lots of time. I have lots of time. But very kind. Okay. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Goshi didn't say how his mom was doing, so I guess he hadn't heard from her. A1. Where's the cable needle? Oh, it's in my lap. Pasta salad. There you go. Hummus. Bring hummus. You got an email stating you have to have your cameras on during meetings. Yep. You do. Just be sure to get a cat that walks on your desk. Yeah, there you go. How long have I been knitting? I've been knitting for what? A year? A little over a year? I've been crocheting much longer, but I've been crocheting for like 40 years, but knitting really seriously only about a year. Yeah, you know, it's funny, right? I work at a place where when I'm in the building in the office, I can't have a camera. Actually, let me rephrase that. I can't have a camera on the normal network. And so if we're in the building, like we actually cannot be on camera. It's kind of funny. So now we can if we go to a different room on a different floor and do all the shenanigans to log in. But no one does that because doing so can take anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes. And no one wants to go down and waste that time trying to log into another computer just for whatever. Those cat bombs on home office peeps, yeah, that's pretty funny. They're very cute too. When the cats like photobomb the office calls. Well, we have a couple areas that are where you're okay to do that, but that's not where I work. So it's we get these meetings where like half the people are on camera. It's annoying. Yeah, 40 years. Olge. Yeah, I picked up crochet when I was like 8 or 10, so. Crazy. All right, so this is going to be cabling inward. Oh, yeah, you know what? That reminds me. I thought about doing like a countdown. Some sort of special countdown to 50. I'll have to think about that over Christmas. The problem is if I do that, we got to start that like in early January. Like by January 6th, I got to start the countdown. But I would need to know what to do. Like, how are we going to celebrate that? 50 days of counting down, like, ugh. It's a lot of shenanigans. Yeah, it's not a leap year. Not that that matters. My birthday's before leap day. May do something every 10, 15. Yeah, maybe that would be a better idea. Something each week, and then like a final 10 countdown, maybe. You do. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Didn't know people were so passionate about crocheting. Absolutely. And knitting. And people even more passionate, right? I don't even think I'm very passionate. Hey, Looper, how are you doing? There we go. Oh, but hey, Corin, I missed. Like, how is Where the Winds Meet going? Good. Crochet been part of your life for the last 10 years? You'll be passionate about it? There we go. You can be passionate for me. I'm Gen X. It's hard to get passionate about anything. Like, yeah, whatever. I get passionate when trying to get people off my lawn. I don't have a lawn. Not stalking you? Totally stalking, not stalking. Game's going quite well, having lots of fun. Very cool. It's a free-to-play MMO, right? Have you had people to play with, or like what's the setup there? Oh no, more emotional energy than they had to spend a day. Gonna be alone for a bit. Okay. Take care, Pork. Hope you're able to recuperate. Z with a flavor of millennial. There we go. With a dash. Solo's really viable. Swapping solo co-op multi is easy. Oh, that's good. That always seemed really annoying with like either you had to have like separate characters or on separate servers. Like, ugh. I take it it's not that tortuous. Is it opt-in player versus player? Like optional. That seems to be pretty standard nowadays too. You need multi to get healed. You just can't heal yourself at the beginning. Otherwise, you've been playing solo. Okay. There are PvP arenas, but that's just... It's just an RPG game. Okay. Shimika Smith, how's it going? You're passionate about knitting and crochet, you spend on your equipment when necessary. You're working on knitting a sweater and a baby. I'm like, oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. I hope those are going well. This is my first sweater. So we're almost done. We got maybe another 2 weeks. You do. You heard about where winds meet? Mainly from countless interactions you can do. Looks super fun. Hey, have a good one, Chicken Dough. Thanks for swinging by. No random encounters. When you're playing solo, you're the only player in the world. Okay. Huh. That is nice. We're going in front now. Sounds like a lot of people are having some rough times right now. I wish I could be more helpful. All I can really do is knit and lend an ear or some bear ears. I'm remembering why I don't wear this hat as much. It's a size too small for me. So you can see, right, I've got the headphones on over it, but it's even then it's still a pretty tight fit. So maybe it just means I need to wear it more to stretch it out. Me and my ginormous head. But it's very cute. Blem made this hat. We got it last year in the charity auction. This is the time of year that you get all the sad pleas from all the organizations. I got the email from Wikipedia today that's like, you're one of the 2% of people that actually donate to Wikipedia. Won't you consider? I'm like, yes, I will consider, but now is not the time. I do it the last week of the year. This happens with all the places that I donate to. I wait till the last week of the year, and then I do all the donations. And then throughout the year, they send me things saying like, would you please do? I'm like, no. Like, consider re-upping your commitment. Like, you dumbasses, I do this the last week of December. Stop wasting money sending me stuff about sending me you more money, whatever. Ugh. Public radio is like the worst offender for that. I get about, I don't know, almost weekly mailers from one of the radio station that I support. Yeah, there go all my monies. That's not rings, that's monies. All right. If we get... Oh, but I need to take a look because Blem is going to be doing her charity auction. It's like Feed America. Last year we made a chainmail item. I might consider doing something different this year. Maybe we could do like a crochet hat or something. I don't know. Or maybe we can make a little you know, a little amigurumi. It doesn't actually make a sound. I'm just doing this. I could buy a little voice box and put it in there so it'd be like Mrr. A Blemami. Oh, that'd be cute. How about you design me the pattern and then I'll make it. No problem. I mean, I could probably find a pattern for like a generic figure and then just like give it crazy pink hair. Let me ask you, GPT friend. Thank you. You know, it might work. Because Blem has, you know, a lot of pink hair. So as long as it's like pink. You weren't looking, you thought I said Blem mommy. Blem Ami. Although, no. All right, where are we with this? We're on B13. Yeah, she's got, right, she usually wears a, she's got like headphones with kitty ears, I think. I think she still has those. But that could be like an accessory. That doesn't have to be knitted or crocheted. All right. I don't know whether I'm gonna... You also heard Blem Mommy? I think this is like the Rorschach test here. Hold to the front. Blem Mommy Ami. Yes. What would that even... I didn't know. What would that be? No, don't even. Don't. I could totally see. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Or yokoso. We have anonymous follows here, so feel free to lurk or say hello, whatever you're comfortable with. Headphones included. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so we can do 2 more stitches. And then we got to go to our end sequence. Our ending sequence here is purling 2 together. So there we go. There's a decrease, purling 2 together. And then we purl knit knit. Blamami? What's that? The streamer? No. Blembly. Blembly. Or are you talking about the Blemami? Blembly. Blembly. The amazing and fantabulous Blembly. See, you can see pink and cat ears there, right there in the picture. Okay. We have just finished row 133. And we're going to move on here to 130. That soundtrack was only 1 hour. Huh, look at that. How about some Ape Escape? Can you picture them? Can you picture all of the apes escaping? Hunting down the apes? Okay. Did anyone actually play Ape Escape? Anyone familiar with this game? It's an old game. Well, but it's not too old. It's 2011. All right, slip, slip, knit. That just join 2 stitches. Wow, 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 wow. Boop, 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 boop. Do, do, do. Ooh, crazy. Two, three, four. Dee-dee-dee-dee. I got the nicest note, maybe like unintentional note from a coworker today. They were asking me to read and review a paper for them, which is not an uncommon thing for us to do. I had talked to this person previously on their project, and, you know, because they wanted to run some ideas by me, and I, you know, knew some stuff on the topic in another area, so it was kind of like a comparison sort of a thing. Anyway, they were saying like, hey, you know, your feedback was really useful, so would you mind actually formally reviewing the paper, etc. I was like, oh yeah, right, thank you, yeah, I'd be happy to. I thought it was very interesting, and thought it was cool, the stuff that they were doing. And they wrote back. They were like overly effusively thankful. It was like, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I think it was very kind. It was very nice. I think I don't know if they were having difficulty finding someone else to provide feedback or whatever, because I had suggested some other people, but I think there was a little bit of availability issue for some folks. But anyway, this is one of those random things where it's like, oh, I'm glad I could help. That to me, that's easy. I will also say, I've read this person's writing before, and they're a good writer. And so I'm actually looking forward to that aspect. So it's an interesting topic. They write well, and I will learn something and be able to provide some feedback, etc. So I'm actually excited. The last 2, maybe 3 papers I've read have been atrocious, where like the writing is just terrible. It's unclear. I'm doing my best to like ask questions like, what are you trying to say here? What's your focus? I don't understand what the point of this sentence is. So I'm also just looking forward to reading something a bit more coherent. The organization that I work for, we tend to hire people that come from academics. So people with largely STEM backgrounds, that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Not exclusively, but a good proportion with either masters or PhDs in those areas. And it takes us a while to... Some people are more naturally inclined than others. It takes us a while to get people to stop trying to communicate the details of their work and to communicate the results of their work. We get lots of like minutia that might be interesting to another like technically minded person, but we're typically not writing for a technically minded audience. We're typically writing for people who aren't experts and who need more simple descriptions and simple narratives of what's going on. And so it's a constant battle to remind people like, okay, it's good that you got your detail here. Summarize all of that in like a couple words or maybe a sentence or two. What does all this mean? And put all that detail in an appendix. Why do I care that you've identified 12 different options for doing this one step? Do I need to know that there are 12 different options? Does it matter? No? Okay. Anyway. Fun stuff. I think all the apes are escaping. Oops. Today's Tuesday, right? Okay, so we will have done 5 rows here, which is pretty good. We normally get 3 done. Maybe we get 4 depending on the rows. Oops. All right. Almost done. We're going to be reading Bleach today. I think we're very close to meeting the real Nell. We've already gotten her actual full name. Bleach. Yeah, we're almost there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay, we're good. So we're gonna, no, we're gonna knit these two together. All right, knit those two together. And then we're gonna knit, slip and knit. Okay. Okay, looking good. All right. You had to wash your pans before we can start supper? You have a beef with past you? Uh-oh. Remember that. Remember that. You are past you. All right, I'll be right back. No writing. Okay. Let's go. We made it. We made it to row 135. So yeah, we did 5 rows. Not too bad. So let's read some Bleach. Let's read some Bleach. And we'll read some Azumanga Daioh, and we'll get back to knitting and watching Julia Child. If you haven't seen this, we're watching Julia Child. We're trying to pull out wonderful phrases and sayings of Julia Child. We're on chapter 290. Bleach, volume 33, chapter 290. We're at like 40%. We're not even close to halfway. Can you believe that? Bullshit. uh, uh, 30 chapter. We're almost at 300 though. Still not halfway. Oh my gosh. It's gonna take forever to read this thing. All right. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 290 of Bleach. Unleash the beast. Koitsu wa neriaru to oderu shuvanku. Moto espada da. So again, this is Noitara revealing that Nell, as for this person, that her name is Neriaru to Odeshuruvanku, a former espada. So that is how the previous chapter. And then we go right into that. There she is. What? Wait, hold on. What? All right. Moto espada, a former espada. Soda. That's right. It is that way. Nanda. Kikken wa ne todemo omotta ka? So what is it? As for danger, not existing or something you were thinking? Yeah. As for danger not existing or something like that, you thought? Like you thought she wasn't dangerous or something? Bakaga, you idiots. Temera zenin damasarete en Daioh koitsu ni na. You were all of you, all personnel, fooled, tricked by this one, by her. Uso sonano? It's a lie, that sort of a thing. Neru ga espada nante. Nell, an espada or whatever. Sonna erianai. That sort of a thing, it's impossible. Arianai is just to be impossible. improbable. Arianai. Ah, huh? Nani itten da, omae? What saying you? What are you saying? Fuzaketen no ka? Are you fooling around? Are you joking, jesting? Fuzake is to frolic, to what? Rollick? To Moloch? What? Fuzake. Fuzake. Gamble, to frolic, to romp. That's the word I was looking for, romp. Are you making a joke? He. Oh, that's just kind of like, eek. Masaka wasureta toka iun ja ne daro na? Could it be forgotten or something like that, saying, isn't it that, I wonder? So basically, could it be that you've forgotten? Wasurete nanka naisu yo? Forgetting or whatever, not existing, it is. So like, I haven't forgotten. Datte naru espada janai sumon. Because Nell and espada is not. That's what it is. Chi. That's just like humph. Shibaraku mine aida ni chigau imi de iratsuku yatsu ni natte mite da na. Za. Okay. In the period of not seeing for a while, not seeing period in that. With a different meaning, iratsuku yatsu became it seems. Oh, okay. Iratsuku is going to be like annoying. Yeah, irritating. So, like in the period that I haven't seen you, through a different meaning towards an irritating person seemed to have become having you. So he's like saying, you seem to have become an irritating person in a different way, like with a different meaning in the period that I haven't seen you. So yeah, a chigau imide with a different meaning. Like you're an annoying person, like in it with a different meaning in a different way. Okay. Go tsumane yo. Omae. Tsumaranai is to be boring. Like you're boring. And I guess he's trying to hit her here. Gun. Okay, and this is Ichigo coming in to block that blow. Hey, DMF. Ichigo. Shinjite hoshii su Ichigo. Believing, wanting Ichigo. This is like I want you to believe me. Like wanting, desiring, believing. Naru wa Ichigo o damashite nanka inai su. As for now, Ichigo deceiving or whatever, not existing. So she's basically saying like Nell was not deceiving or whatever Ichigo. Atarimae daro? Obviously. It's obvious. Atarimae daro. Omae ga ore tachi o damasu wake ne? You, us, deceiving reason does not exist. You have no reason to deceive us. Ichigo, shinpai sunna naru. Ore tachi wa? So, worry doing don't, Nell. So don't worry, Nell. As for us, ... Go. Okay, so Ichigo was not paying attention. He just got kicked. Dosa. Ichigo! Ha! どうも記憶をなくしてやがるみてえだが、まあいいさ。Somehow, memories doing losing, it seems. So it seems you lost your memory somehow. Well, fine, whatever. Who cares? まあいい。あんだけ派手に頭割ってやったんだ。Andake. That is something. Andake.
Oh
yeah. To that degree, flashy or gaudily, head-splitting did. Now, presumably, this is him talking about her. You can see, right? Her skull is cracked, right? To that extent or that degree, hareni is flashy or gaudily, meaning like showy. So this is like you did splitting of your head to that flashy, gaudy of a degree. Zari. That's Ichigo spitting out. Kyoku nakusu no mo shoga ne te hanashi da. Memories losing thing. Basically nothing you can do about its story. It's like, basically that means like there's really, you losing your memories, like there's nothing we can do about that, given like how badly you split your head. No choice. Yeah, shoganai typically means either no choice or nothing you can do about it. So, mate yo. Wait. Watte yatta dato? Watte yatta dato? You said, did splitting? Where's his right? He said, watte yatta. You said, watte yatta? Solda. Yes, it is that way. Ga. Oh, this is him grabbing her skull. Koitsu no atama wa ore ga watte yattan da yo. As for this one's head, I'm the one that split it open. I'm the one that watte yatta. Gwa. Neru-chan. Yamero. Stop. Aww. Bang. All right, Ichigo getting mad, coming in. Go. 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 Gun. Wasureta no kayo? Forgotten? Teme no kenja. Your sword. Ore wa kireneendaze. As for me, not able to cut. Oh, okay. So this is Ichigo like coming in, and that's Ichigo's sword resting on his like chest, I guess, but it's just smoking. And so that's why he's saying, did you forget your sword? As for me, it's not able to cut. Have I? Yeah, no, I don't know how the story goes at all. Go. Kurosaki-kun! Dosan! So that's Ichigo thudding into the sand back there. Iratsuku yatsu datta ze. Irritating person you were. You were irritating. Ooh. Ima no teme mitai ni na. Like you are now. Use the now of you like that in that manner. So, yeah, so was an annoying person like you are now, talking to Ichigo. Ha, ha, ha. Nero hanase. Let go of Nell. Release Nell. だから、後ろから頭割って、ロスノチェスの外へ放り出してやったんだ。Okay, this is him saying this. That's why from behind, ushiro kara. That's why from behind, split open the head, and towards the outside of Los Noches, released. Horidasu. Oh, wrong. To throw out, to expel. So basically, why I did the expulsion to the outside of Los Noches. So he says he hit her from behind. Ushiro kara atama watte. Hanasete ittenda. Let go. I'm saying. I'm telling you, or I'm saying, let her go. Let go. Hanase. Urusei Daioh. Shut up. You're noisy. Okay, that's Ichigo leaping up into the air here. For some reason, what is it? The way this is drawn from behind him, he reminds me of Lace from a Silk Song. Anyway, very tall Lace. Biku? Biku is normally like shock or like startled. Okay, so he's doing something to Nell. Or something. Oh. Zun. All right. Boom. Toss. Dosha. Ow. Geho. Go. Cough, cough. Ha, ha. Okay. Ichigo's in some pretty bad straits here. Ore wa yo. Ore wa yo. Katte ne no ni mukatte kuru yatsu te no ga kirai nan da yo. Okay, so as for me, even though not able to win, guys that come, I guess, like mukatte, that like come towards, talking about them, they're detestable. So me, I hate guys that like come at me even though they can't win. Mukatte. Yeah, that go towards, that come towards me. Mukatte kuru. So I find detestable. I hate guys that come at me even though they can't win. Gui? That's him grabbing Ichigo's arm. Ichigo. Owari ni shiyouze. Let's do it towards the end. So let's finish this. Shinigami. Medi. Okay. Medi is starting to be like cracking sounds, presumably of his bones. Wah! Mickey? That's more cracking sounds. Ah! Ichigo. Is that just a key? Or is there something else there? Oh, that's Meki. So more cracking sounds from Ichigo. Ah! Meki? Ichigo! I guess that's a doon. Okay. All right. There we go. Looks around in surprise. She grew up fast. Fortunately, the clothes still cover her somehow. That's the end of the chapter. Shock. Okay. What is this? Ikude something? Oh, Deyansu. Like, are we going? Dondo Chaka? Ime? What is this? Peekaboo? Oh, he's looking at his, like, clones. Anyway, whatever. Okay. That is... Oh, gosh. Okay. There you go. There's our next chapter. That was 290. Next time we'll read the horribly titled 291. Next time. She's got some Saiyan armor clothing. Yeah, fortunately. All right. One, two, three, four. 1, 3, 4. Okay. All right, we have Shogatsu no Ogoshikata, like the way of spending New Year's. All right, let me change the stream info here. We've got Azumanga Daioh, Volume 3, Chapter 1. We're almost done with the book, and we're starting Chapter 1.
Nani?
What? There we go. What? Volume 3, Chapter 1, Part 1. This is after Chapter 12. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't stop the Bleach recording. That would have been awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, let's read Chapter 1 of Volume 3. This is after Chapter 12. But we're in January, so it's aligned with the months, not the actual whatever. Shogatsu no I'm completely blanking. I need to do this over. Sugosu. That's fine. I need to give a little bit more runtime on the file anyway. Okay, let's try that again. Here we go. Okay, let's read Chapter 1 of Volume 3 of Azumanga Daioh. This is after Chapter 12. The chapters are aligned with the months rather than actual sequence. So there we go. Shogatsu no Sugoshikata. Shogatsu no Sugoshikata. The way of passing New Year's. Shogatsu. So we're in January. There we go. Ya shokun akamashite omedetou. Well, like shokun is like ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations on opening it, or congratulations on dawning. This is how you say Happy New Year. Omedetou gozaimasu. Oh, congratulations. So Happy New Year's. Do datta kane o shogatsu wa? How was it, I wonder, as for New Year's Day? Okota de nonbiri sanmi no sanmi deshita. Okota de. So they're back at school, which means you're past the actual New Year's Day, most likely, which is why it's saying like, how was it? Okota? Okota de. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Okota de. Nonbiri is nonchalantly sanmi? No, that's not me. What is this phrase here? Maybe I should just start this all over. Ooh. Zanmai. Oh, indulgence. Zanmai deshita. So something about like nonchalant indulgence luxury. Basically just chilled out doing nothing. But okota de. Whatever that is. Toketeta. Toketeta. Tokeru is to like melt. Melt, dissolved, solved. Okay, not clear what's going on here. Yomi-san wa dou deshita? As for Ms. Yomi, how was it? How did? Talking about Yomi here. Mate kichai-kan? Wait. Like, asking is no good. Don't ask. Watashi chotto Hokkaido ni itte kita no? Me, a little bit, went and came back from Hokkaido. So I went to Hokkaido. Hey. Okay, for some reason, Tomo didn't want her to share that information. Ukiyomi. Ukiyomi. Uki, like floating? Yomi, floating? What else can uki mean? Cheerful. Cheerful. Buoyant. Frivolous. Yeah, something about ukiyomi. Yomi who being cheerful or whatever. Tokoro de mina hikouki ni notta koto wa aru kana? By the way, everyone on an airplane flying event, as for that existing, I wonder? So the past tense koto wa aru is like, have you ever done something before? So, by the way, everyone, have you ever ridden on a plane before? I wonder. Arahen. That's Osaka. That's basically like arimasen, not existing. So I have not. Arimasyo, existing, meaning I have. Ne, nai, not existing. So not, has. And again, right, so that's in response to, does this event exist? Koto wa aru, does the event exist? So arimasu or arimasen or nai. Kufu, so she kind of chuckles. Chiyo-chan, achi de hanashi o ka? Chiyo-chan, over there, shall we talk? Shall we talk over there, Chiyo-chan? Ome mo hajimete daro? You also, it was the first time, right? Okay. That was the first time for you too, right? Hokkaido wa kuma. Wait, as for Hokkaido, bears? As for Hokkaido, bears. Kuma. Hi, omiyage. Here you go, souvenir. Why? Okay, presumably that's wrapped up or something. Sakaki-san wa mae kuma toka suki te kiite kara? Oh, as for Sakaki, previously, bears or something likable heard because. So, Sakaki, I heard you like bears. And meanwhile, we've got, what's this? Shiroi Henjin Buraku? Buraku. Okay, this is about like a henjin, like a strange person? A white eccentric Buraku. Buraku should be black or maybe block. No, it's really just black. This seems to be Tomo. I don't know why she, or not Tomo, Osaka. Buraku. I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean for this. Anyway, heard you like bears. Oh no! That's the kanji for kuma, bears, and that's kare, curry. Bear curry? Kuma haiten da sore. This isn't kuma wa ite. This is kuma haite. Bears entered. The bears are in there. That thing. Wow. Yokatta na. Wow, that's neat, isn't it? She's yeah, she likes bears. Not that way. Okay. Mochi. Mochi meaning like the rice treat. Okay. Tomo is suddenly a mean thought. Anta mata shogetsu de futotta daro? You again on New Year's, you got fat, didn't you? You gained weight, didn't you? Dieto shita no ni, even though you were on a diet. Mata o mochi yo, again, mochi. Ha. Masaka. So we get da 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 and like masaka. It can't be. Unbelievable. Hidoya. Hidoya. It's terrible. Kani. Crab. I don't know what's going on here. Pun. Yeah. Okay, so it says something about crab, and she screams and slaps her. Could mochi mean something else? I don't... Oh, no. No, it's not a pun. I don't think so. She thinks she got fat on mochi, meaning like the rice, which is pretty cheap. And Yomi is being quiet here because what she ate a lot was crab, which presumably would be a lot more expensive and certainly much more of a treat than mochi, which is why she's like screams and slaps her. Because the whole shtick here is Yomi getting to do something sort of extravagant and Tomo not being happy about that, apparently. You know, riding on the plane, going to Hokkaido, all this stuff. I think that's what the joke is. Kui holdai datta kara? Oh, kui holdai. Holdai is all you can eat. It was because it was all you could eat. Kui holdai dato, all you can eat. Sensei ni itsukite yaru. This is like, I'm going to tell teacher. Nah, what? So she makes it worse. It was, not only did she get fat by eating lots of crab, it was all you can eat crab. Kui holdai, yeah. All you can eat. Okay. And itsukete is just, yeah, to tell. I'm going to tell that to teacher. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, right, because she was all hyper fixated on the New Year's gifts and especially the nice food. Kita, meaning like came, or in other words, here she comes. Hokkaido de kani kui hodai. All you can eat crab in Hokkaido. Yomiga. Yomi did. Yeah. Honto ni tsurete kita? Oh yeah. This is Yomi saying like, honestly, seriously, you came and brought, meaning like the teacher. You seriously brought her over here? Oishikatta? Was it delicious? Oishikatta ndesho? It was delicious, wasn't it? Right? Yes. Pan. Yeah. Kore mo kui hodai. This also is all you can eat. Kani dake janai desho? Hoka ni wa nani tabeta no. Just crab, it wasn't probably. As for other, what ate? So she's basically saying, I'm guessing it wasn't just crab. What else did you eat? Jingisukan toka. Jingisukan. Genghis Khan and things like that. So Genghis Khan is a dish with mutton and vegetables. Jingisukan, Genghis Khan. Jingisukan, Genghis Khan. Jingisukan te nandakke? So they're conferring over here again, like saying Genghis Khan. What was that again? Oshi wa shirimasen ze. Oh, no. Ashi wa? As for that, like, no, I'm not familiar with it. Oh, that's watashi. As for me, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Chio-chan ni kiko. Let's ask Chio-chan. Oboetero. So they're going to go ask Chio-chan what Genghis Khan is as a meal. Oboetero, like, remember? Remember? Oh, but you'll regret this. Just you wait. I'll get you for this. Okay. I guess it's kind of like, remember this. But it's clearly a very negative sense of like, I'll get you next time, gadget. Okay. That is the halfway point for chapter 1, which is after chapter 12 of volume 3 of Azumanga Daioh. We'll continue next time with, we'll finish off chapter 1, which is after chapter 12. Next time. Yeah, no, there's no pun there. They're just being very spiteful. Spite. Oh. All right. Oh wow, look at that. It's barely past 6. It was a short Bleach chapter and a pretty fast Azumanga chapter. Okay, I need your help. We are going to be watching. We're going to get back to some knitting here. We're going to be watching some Julia Child. We are keeping an ear out We're keeping an ear out for choice phrases by Julia Child, such as this one.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Okay. Get used to using your finger for all sorts of things. She will say things like this that out of context are hysterical. So, or even in context are hysterical. Keep an ear out. When we hear those, we're going to be grabbing them. We're going to be making note of them. We're going to be coming up with a whole catalog of Julia sayings. But I need your help to make sure we capture these things. So I will be keeping an ear out. Please do the same. Let's go, Julia.
The French chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
Look at this magnificent head. It's from a giant cod. And here is a hake frame. We're going to do fish soup and bouillabaisse today on the French chef.
Look at this head. Is that... All right, I have to sing the song.
Welcome to the French chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to do fish soup and bouillabaisse.
Hey, sure, Miss Fire. Hey, Tuesday Gray.
Famous of all.
Well, do we want the magnificent? Was it magnificent head? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back.
Cod. Look at this magnificent head.
Okay, we do want this. Look at this magnificent head. Thank you. So in case here, this is how this works, right? Fish, soup, and buoy base. Okay. It was at the 10-second mark or 12-second mark. Look at this magnificent head. So another example, right? Ducks are very fat, particularly American ducks. These are the amazing things that we are grabbing here. Okay, so back we go.
And all it is really is a plain fisherman's stew made out of the day's catch or the unsaleable leftovers. Unfortunately, when you get a famous recipe like this, the gourmets get hold of it and they fancy it up.
What a pop in safe on Sumo through. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I've been hanging out a lot more in Sumo's stream. It's been a lot of fun. Oh, I'm glad. You must behave. It is an 18+ stream. It should be.
So much and say do this, do that, or that's not.
Now this is also as loud as I can make it. I've got the volume all the way up. I've got the source all the way up, so it's soft. And I apologize for that, but this is as loud as I can make it.
Thing that us ordinary people feel that it's impossible to do and terribly expensive, but you can make a bouillabaisse out of any kind of fresh, lean fish that you want, and it's wonderful to eat, and everybody enjoys making it, and particularly eating it, and there's nothing very difficult about it. Now, the first thing that you do when you want to make a fish soup or a bouillabaisse is to make a great fish stock. And we happen to live near a wonderful butcher, and he gave me this enormous cod head, which you could make a beautiful soup out of, and also a hake frame. In other words, the hake has been filleted, and you're left with this big frame of bones and a head. And if you're going to make a fish soup, you want to have, if possible, bones and
you didn't realize we were 18+.
From fresh fish, because the bones give a gelatinous or a body quality to the stock. However, if you don't have any fresh fish, you can always use canned or bottled clam juice, which you can get in any supermarket, and I'll tell you the proportions of that later. Now, for the bouillabaisse, which has as typical flavorings tomatoes, olive oil, onions or leeks, and herbs, you start out with about 1/2 cup of olive oil. We're going to make about 2½ cups of soup. Olive oil is a typical flavoring. If you don't like it, you could use a salad oil. And then we're going to use 2 cups of chopped onions, or you could use half onions and half leeks. Leeks, unfortunately, seem a little bit difficult to get. And then you let them cook for about 5 minutes or so until the onions have softened. And I'm using a great big ordinary soup kettle here because it holds a lot. But this is the kind of a kettle that you can get anywhere. And then, after the onions have cooked, you want to add tomatoes. And these, I'm going to use about 2 cups of fresh tomatoes, and they're just chopped like that. And to do that, you just take out the stem end there. And then just cut the tomato roughly. You don't need to peel it or anything, because after you make your soup stock, it's going to be strained. And if tomatoes are not in season, you can use a half cup of tomato paste, or use some tomatoes and some tomato paste. And then when your onions and or leeks have become slightly tender and translucent, you put in your tomatoes, just dump them in. And they should cook about 5 minutes also, because the cooking in oil helps release their flavor and gives them more flavor. And then we'll go on to our herbs and seasoning while those are cooking. We have, if you want to have the real Mediterranean flavor, you want to use the herbs that they have there. We have here basil. Now this comes dried in a bottle, and you can get it, you should be able to get it at any supermarket. And if they don't have basil, you just ask them to get it, because all of these herbs are put up by the big spice houses. These are dried basil leaves. It's also an herb that you can grow very nicely yourself in the garden if you have a sunny place. Now here is fennel. That's very typical of Marseille and the Mediterranean region. These are little seeds, and they have a very slight anise flavor. If you've ever had Pernod, the aperitif they drink down there, it'll remind you of this. And then a little dried orange peel. This, you just take a vegetable peeler and peel the orange, and then let the skin dry on a paper towel for a day or two. And if you can't get that, if they're out of season, you can get bottled dried orange peel that comes like that. And then the third, I guess that's the 5th thing we have, is saffron. Now they're just little tiny sort of little strings. They're the dried saffron flower that comes from Spain, and it always comes in a little package like medicine. And if you use too much of it, it does taste like medicine. The way you use it is just in pinches, and we're going to use 2 pinches. When you pinch, it means how much you can take up with your thumb and finger. You can take a little pinch like that, or a great big pinch. We're going to use 2 large pinches. And you'll be very careful about using saffron. Sometimes you'll see a recipe that will say use a half teaspoon of it. And that it would just taste like medicine if you did that. And I'm going to use about a good teaspoon of basil and about half a teaspoon of fennel. This is a rather strong and characteristic flavor, so you don't want too much of it. And I'll use 2 1-inch pieces of orange peel. Then I'll put the rest of that in there. And then we have garlic. I'm going to stir this up now to be sure that it's already beginning to smell wonderfully like Marseille. And then garlic, which is very important always. This is the whole garlic, and it breaks itself down into garlic cloves, like that. And you use about, a good half bud of garlic, and you don't have to peel it or anything. Just take a big knife and chop it down and put that in. That seems like a lot of garlic, but when it's cooked down, you'll never even notice it. You know that something lovely is there, but all of that very strong flavor goes out. And now after that, it's cooked nice. You can see the tomatoes and the onions are nicely mixed up. Then you add your fish. And I'm going to use this big hake head. And all you need to do, you can get your fish man to chop it, or you can chop it yourself. You just go wham. Guess I'll have to wham it with another one. Now, one thing, be sure when you're using a fish head that you have the gills taken out. I'll show you on this enormous cod head. Those are the gills, and they fit right in under here. This is nice having a giant thing so you can see how they are. See, they fit right in there, and what they are very little thin little sealers, and they collect. It's sort of, they act like a sieve, and so they often have impurities and things in them. It's hard to clean. So be sure to have the gills removed if you're going to, when you're going to use fish heads. Now I've finished chopping up then our hake head goes in. You want about 4 or 5 pounds of bones and fish trimmings, if possible, because that's what is going to give a wonderful flavor to your soup. And if you don't have fish trimmings like this, you can use your canned clam juice. And you would use, we're going to use 2.5 quarts of water, so you would use 1 quart of canned clam juice and 1.5 quarts of water. So in goes our water. We want just enough to cover our fish heads and trimmings there. And then we want salt, and the proportions for salt are 1.5 teaspoons per quart of water. And if you're using clam juice, that's already salty, so you'll be very careful about adding any extra salt to that. So we have 2.5 quarts of water, and so I will add about a tablespoon and a little over of salt. And then that's to come to a rapid boil, and you skim it off a little when some scum arises, and then it should cook for about 40 minutes. You don't have to watch it once that it's started to come to the slow boil. And the reason you want it to boil is so that the olive oil is completely mixed up with your soup stock. So I have some that's already made. So I'm going to move this down to the back burner. Put this one up here. Now, after you think that you've simmered the best out of your soup stock, out of your fish stock, you then strain it. And then you taste it very carefully for seasoning, because you want it to be absolutely perfect at this point. Once you've got your fish stock made, then you're going to boil your fish in it, and you don't want to fuss around with it afterwards. So be sure to taste it. It should be absolutely perfect at this point. And that is, because I already had tasted it before. But you may find you might want a little more tomato flavoring. In that case, you could add a tablespoon or so of tomato paste and then simmer it. And now, once you've got your stock all strained and ready to go, you're ready to add your fish. And you can make your stock way ahead of time. Now I'll get our fish. Luckily we had good weather, so I was able to get a tremendous collection of fish. We have mussels and clams, and here is a striped bass. You want to be sure that you get lean fish for your bouillabaisse. You don't want anything like mackerel or tuna. And there is a porgy, and we have here these cute little sunfish. Those can go in just as they are. They can go in whole.
A lot of fish heads today.
Perch. And here is halibut. And here's a slice from that giant cod whose head you saw. It's just enormous. And we also, eel is extremely good.
Oh,
And for some reason, most people say ugh when they see an eel, but it's one of the best fish for a bouillabaisse. In fact, you could make a bouillabaisse entirely of eel. But if you catch the eel yourself, you'll have to skin it yourself, which isn't difficult to do. It's awfully slippery. So you nail its head to a board, and then you cut around here to get all the skin loosened. And then you take a piece of pliers and you just loosen the skin, and it peels all the way down rather like a glove. It sticks a little bit there and a little bit there, but that's easily taken care of. And then after you've peeled it, you slit it up and clean out the visceral matter, and there you have a nice peeled piece of eel. It's delicious. Now, you don't have to have all this variety of fish at all. You can, when we were living in Norway, I made delicious bouillabaisse with just some halibut and some cod and hake. Or you can use just hake or just halibut. But you have a more interesting taste if you use quite a number of fish. And if you're a fisherman, you can be sure, if you catch some rockfish like this.
Oh.
These are wonderful for bouillabaisse. In Marseille,
You got a photo.
they use what they call a rascasse, which
Or
looks
a
rather
drawing.
like that. Out on the Pacific coast, they do have one of the real families of rascasse. This is a short-horned sculpin, but there are all kinds of rockfish that are extremely good for bouillabaisse, so don't throw them away. Keep them. And now, to prepare the fish, this can also be done ahead of time. If you have your large pieces like this, and what you always want, if you can, is to have some gelatinous fish, of which halibut is one, and some of the flounders are gelatinous. And there is a great big sea eel called a conger eel, which is about that big around, and that has the gelatinous quality. And that will give more body to your stock. But you take a slice of fish like this and you just whack it. You see, always this is in the keeping with a fisherman's soup, so things are not boned. I have some that I've gotten already prepared.
You used to throw them away?
See how
No.
it works. And the gelatinous fish, or the big pieces like the cod, go in first. You have your stock rapidly boiling, and then you just put your fish in, because it takes these big pieces and the more gelatinous ones a little longer to cook. It takes about 10 minutes in all.
No way wanted Scorpio
then
right.
you
You
have
could have
your,
made a bouillabaisse.
More flimsy fish, of which
Apparently.
the porgy is an example. You cut the tail off, and these trimmings you would save to make your fish stock with, because you can get your fish all ready ahead of time.
All right, so
then
I
you
gotta
cut the
knit
fins
these.
off, and then you cut that. See, there are all these little fins everywhere, and you just cut them off with a big pair of shears. And then you whack off the head.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
just going to add these to.
I want to just get that. Then you whack off the head. What? All right. Where is that?
And then you whack off the head.
1613.
Now that, I'm just going to add these to our fish stock here. And then the rest of it, you just cut in crossways slices like that. Be sure to get a big, sharp, heavy knife. Now if you want to, you can use lobsters and crabs. Of course, if you're going to make a very fancy soup, you'd use lobsters, but that's not particularly typical of a fisherman's soup. Now these you wait for about 5 minutes till you add. And now these little cute little fish, you add whole, but you cut off the tail, and you cut off all these little fin parts, and be sure that the fish are all scaled first and thoroughly cleaned, and that you've gotten the gills out. And leave the heads on. That's very European, and a lot of Americans are sort of finicky about leaving the heads on. But they look much prettier if you do. And then we have
He's got a whole pile of
perch.
fish over there.
You can cook that whole if you want, so I think I shall.
Is that perch?
Now you can make a bouillabaisse also with frozen fish fillets, and it's perfectly good. You just have to be sure that it's good and fresh smelling, and you can always tell how the fish is by smelling it. Now those are all ready. And now if you want to use mussels, I've got to put on my glasses so I can see this. Here. Now mussels, a lot of people don't eat, but they're perfectly delicious. They're called the poor man's oyster. And when you can collect them any place in the open seawater, but be sure that before you collect mussels, you find out whether this is a place where you can collect them from, because it should be open, clear seawater. And when you get them, you scrape them off with a knife.
Yeah,
and
glasses.
Notice there's a little beard there.
There's the beard.
That you just cut off.
No, not my beard.
And then you put them in a bucket of water and do like that every once in a while and let them soak for about 2 hours. And that gets rid of the excess salt and they degorge their sand. And these you add at the last 5 minutes. If you're going to use lobster, you would chop up a live lobster and put it in along with your gelatinous fish. Now this is cooked for just about 5 minutes, so it's time to add the other fish. So here we have our porgy, and there's our whole perch, and there's that cute little butterfish. And you can put sea scallops in if you want. You actually can just put in anything that you like. And I'll put in another one of these. I think I'm going to have to add some more liquid, probably. And I'll put in some more scallops. And these
norovirus
mussels and clams.
You got 3 inches of snow. Oh, wow. Congratulations.
And there's our piece of eel.
Wait a minute.
And I think I'll take a little bit of this stock here and put it in because you want to have it just covered. This will sink down a little bit, and that's just about right. And be sure that you cook it at a fast boil, because you want the olive oil and everything to keep mixing up with it. As you can see how terribly quick this is to do once you have gotten all of your fish
Thank you. Wow.
and your stock made. I'll put this over the side. We've really got enough bouillabaisse to feed an army today, but I wanted you to see all the various fish. Then,
did you miss the aspect? Yeah, that was actually yesterday.
We have what we're going to serve it in, a large platter. This really makes a full meal. And we have parsley, and then we have, do you remember when we did our onion soup way back? We had these, what were called croûtes. This is French bread cut about 3/4 of an inch thick, and then set on a roasting pan and dried out in a 325 oven until it is hard through. And we put those in the bottom of our soup tureen. And then the soup goes over that when it's done.
3 inches of snow.
And we also have
we got rain,
parsley, which we'll be using as well. Now, we'll see how our fish is doing.
The Scorpio fish aspect sounds horrendous and scary. Gelatinous. Gelatinous Scorpio fish. Jellyfish.
You see, it takes, when you get your stock all made and your fish all cleaned and cut up, you can refrigerate your fish with a wax paper over them, and then allow about 20 to 25 minutes before you're going to serve. Bring your stock rapidly to the boil, and then add your firm-fleshed fish and the lobsters if you're using, and then put in the flimsy fish and boil for another about 5 minutes or until it's just done. So it only takes about 25 minutes to do. And remember that you don't have to use any fancy fish. That you can use all cod or all hake, but you're going to get a more interesting bouillabaisse if you use a large variety of lean fish. Well, I think that's just about done. The No, the muscles haven't quite opened. You can tell when it's done by when the shellfish have opened. In Marseille, there's all, or down in France, there's all kinds of lore about bouillabaisse. Now, as to what does bouillabaisse mean? Bouilla, or bouilla, means boil, and baisse means low, but it doesn't sound as though it were boiled low. And then I read, somebody said maybe it was a bouilla, an abbess, or an abbess. I mean, what is it, a woman priest? But it certainly doesn't seem that it could possibly be that. Nobody really knows what the origin of it is. Now, that's done. So, you take a big...
You found out you're having twins and it's one of each? Wow, congratulations.
On your platter. See, there's our little whole fish,
hey.
Whole. Some of the flimsy fish break up in the soup, which is what you want it to do, because that'll give it more body. Now, that little fish is broken up quite a bit. So this really, if you've ever traveled down in Marseille, this smell of olive oil and garlic and tomatoes is just terribly exciting.
Are we not feeling good at the thought of having twins?
Coming out. You can see this is a whole meal. You can cook it perfectly well. If
oh, sympathy symptoms.
If you're fishing, you can cook it perfectly well at the beach. All you need is a big kettle. The mussels are nice because they give a nice dark color. It's sort of an excitement. Lobster is awfully pretty, but it's usually so expensive. And as you've seen, it just isn't necessary to have. There. Now, sprinkle it liberally with parsley. This is very coarsely chopped parsley. And then you want to spoon a bit of the soup over it, just to moisten it.
This is overcooked.
And then you take your soup and just pour it into your tureen. And be sure if you're using mussels or shellfish that you don't pour all of the remaining soup in, because there may be a little bit of sand in the bottom of your tureen. There, now that's ready to eat.
He's got
How quickly that was done. Just doesn't, it only took about, well, less than 15 minutes. And we're going to use this as a main course supper dish. And I'm going to show you how to eat it so you'll know how it goes. Oh, I forgot the soup. I'll have to bring that back. Now, what you want to be sure to have are great big bowls like this, and a big plate for them to go on. And you want finger bowls, and you want a large napkin, like a double damask napkin, you can put around you. And then you dip, for each serving, you dip a selection of fish out. There's some halibut, and there's one of those nice little butterfish, and some mussels, and there's a little bit of cod. And then you spoon your soup over it, and take out some of the bread, too. Smells so good. The wonderful thing is having really fresh tasting fish. And then is this going to be a
got an upset stomach? Got some weight?
We'll put in a potato. They go awfully well. That you just boil potatoes separately.
Wait, we got to pause, Julia. All right. Oh, wait, wrong button. Okay. We got to take a break here. Celebrate a stream streak. We got a 7 stream streak from Kaz. Thank you, Kaz Circle, for the 7 stream streak. Let's go, streakers. There we go. And one to grow. Thank you, Cass. Has been sleeping well either. Oh yeah. Hope that
So you leave all
he feels better soon.
So
you too.
you use a soup spoon and a fork, and then you take your bone out. I actually think it's a good idea to have a little plate to put the bones in, and then you just eat it like that. And as for wine, we're having a nice dry white Riesling, or you could use
the rest of the
rosé
9 months.
if you like. And that really is a meal fit for a king. So if you remember that you don't have to use any fancy fish as long as they are lean. And next time we're going to do some more fish. Lobster, homard à l'américaine. So that's all for today on the French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appétit and bonne bouillabaisse.
All right. That was fish soup and bouillabaisse. Next, lobster. Oh.
This lobster spent last night in the icy waters of Maine, but he's going to be star performer in homard à l'américaine, our next recipe on the French Chef.
Oh, okay, we're not getting the usual, like, introduction. Oh, wait.
The French Chef is made possible by a grant
Oh, that was like
from
that was the
Safeway
TV
store.
promo.
Here is our friend the lobster. He's going to star in homard à l'américaine, one of the most famous French lobsters, today on the French Chef.
Ba-da-ba-bum bum bum ba-da-ba-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-da-bum ba-da-ba-da-dum ba-da-da-bum bum bum ba-da-ba-da-da-bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum bum 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 ba-da-bum bum 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 ba-da-ba-da-da-bum ba-da-ba-da-da-bum ba-da-ba-da-bum ba-da-ba-da-bum bum bum ba-da-ba-da-dum bum ba-da-da-da-dum bum 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 bum.
French Chef, I'm Julia Child. Today we are doing a very famous French lobster dish called homard. That means lobster à l'américaine, meaning in the American manner. However, though it seems to be called after us, it's a dish that doesn't seem to be very well known in this country. We use thermidors and Newburgs, but not very often à l'américaine. And what it is lobster which is chopped and sautéed in the shell in hot oil and then simmered in tomatoes, wines, and flavorings. It's an awfully good dish, which I think you will enjoy.
There we go.
And first, I want to discuss lobsters. When you buy them live, be sure that they're lively. The tail should hold itself closely like that. And when you pick it up between the claws like that. I mean, at the upper part of the claw.
French is fancy.
And here is a rather nice little bit of information that's good to know as to whether you have a male or a female lobster. And the way you can tell is by these little upper feelers here. You see, here's your chest and there's your tail. And these two beginning feelers tell whether it's male or female. And this one is a female, and you can tell because this little feeler has hair, sort of slight hair on it. It looks quite a bit like these, except it's smoother. And this one is a boy, and you can see these little feelers again. It's sort of pointed, and it doesn't have any feathers on it. And you'd like to have the female if you're going to do a dish like this, because she has coral and is therefore the most desirable, but either one is good. And now we're going to do how to chop up a lobster.
Prepare yourself. This is going to be brutal.
Now what we're doing is to chop them up into pieces. Here we have half of the tail there, and then we have a big claw, and we have half of the chest. And I'm going to do that now so you'll see how it's done. It's also useful because you cut up a cooked lobster in the same way. Now these are fresh, raw lobsters. And when you start, it's the safest thing to do is to cut the claws off first and have a big knife and just go whack. and then cut it off on the other side, and then you don't have to worry about the claws hurting, biting you. As a matter of fact, I think it's a good idea to put on something because sometimes they splatter a little bit, so I'll just put on a towel. There. And then you can either cut through here with a knife, or you can take lobster shears. These are just pointed scissors. I got these at my hardware store, and you can usually get them anywhere. Just use ordinary scissors, and then just cut. Go right in on the under part and cut right up through.
It's still alive.
You can get your fish man to do this for you, but it's a good idea to do it yourself because the fresher they are, the better. If he does it for you, you'd have to cook it almost immediately. And then turn it on the other side and cut right up through the back of the shell. And then take your big knife and cut right down through, and then just break it apart.
It's probably dead now.
You have this part here,
Go
which
get
is
your
the sand
fisherman.
sack or lady, and that part you want to remove because that often has a little granules and things in it which you don't want to keep. And then that's usually attached to the intestinal vein which runs down here, but I guess it's evidently empty or I'd find it. But usually you find the intestinal vein running right down there, and you just pull it off. And then you have your lobster coral and green matter, which is this. In the raw lobster, it's green, and this is considered to be the most delicate
she's a
and
chef.
lovely part of the lobster. And reserve that in a bowl. This is the one from my cut-up lobster. And take that out of both the lobsters with a spoon. And then we cut them up. You can use, for this dish, you can use the little feelers or not, as you wish.
The snipping.
We're going to do it for company, so I'm going to take the feelers off. But you would always save them. You could either make lobster butter with them, or you could just cook them and eat them yourself. And then you take your big knife and you want to chop here. And because this part has no meat on it of the shell, I'm just going to cut that off. And then those two pieces are ready, so we do the same with the other two, just go whack. Then I'm again going to cut off this part of pure shell meat. And all of this...
Yeah, there was definitely no concern about the lobster still being alive there.
Now this one they usually all have either a rubber band or a peg that keeps the claws from biting you. And then where the joint is there, just chop that down. And then so you can eat it, easier eating, break it a little bit on each side. And you can also take your scissors and cut it up that way. So that one's done, and there's our final claw. See, cut it up through here. This lobster was killed by my fish man before the show.
Oh.
But they keep right on wiggling for hours.
There you go.
Some kind of a muscular action. Now this joint's
okay.
cutting up.
Well, that's good to
there.
know.
There. Now I shall wash up.
Like a chicken.
You cut up a boiled. You can cut up a boiled lobster exactly the same way, but be sure that you always get rid of that sand sack. And now we're going to saute the lobster in hot oil.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I'm using a light olive oil.
You
You
don't
can use
believe
cooking
that.
oil if you'd like. I'm using just enough to cover the bottom of a pan. This is a good type of pan to use.
All right.
It's called a chicken fryer. This one's made out of stainless steel, and it has a heavy it has a heavy aluminum bottom, and it spreads the heat very well. And now, as usual with sautéing, you have to wait until your oil is hot. So you can usually tell by looking closely at it, and it moves a little bit. Well, always remember this sautéing lobsters, with sautéing anything else. Don't attempt to sauté until you've got hot oil, or you won't have a sauté. You'll have sort of a mushy stew. And with this, the sautéing, the lobster shell red, and also to sear the flesh side of the meat. And we're going to put the lobster in with its flesh side down that way. Now, I think my oil is hot enough. I'm going to put in one piece and see. Yes, it makes a noise. So put in all the skin. There's our piece, a piece of chest there. And there's some more of the tail. You notice that the lobster still moves even though he is cut up. That's the muscle reaction. And don't put in any more pieces than your pan will hold comfortably, or you won't get the sauté. So I'm keeping these in other pieces in a side dish, and then as soon as the lobster shells have turned red, then that is sautéed enough. It only takes about a minute or two on each side. Now we turn them over. See, this sears the meat just a little bit. Then as soon as those, see, this one here is already red, so I can take him out and put in the other claw. Now there's still a little more room, and that can go in. And this comes out. The shell turns red very quickly. And here are these two joints that connect the claw to the body. It's actually like a little bit like some Chinese dishes where they cut up the lobster. Well, that's just about done, so that all comes out again. No, it doesn't have to come out. I mean, the rest of it goes back in. And then we salt and pepper it lightly. We put on some pepper. And then I have here another very French ingredient, which is called a mirepoix, which is very, very finely diced carrots and onions. This always gives an added flavor. And it's been cooked first in butter. You always cook it first in butter, and then it releases its flavor. And I'm going to put on about 2 tablespoons here. Well, I think I'll put all of it on, about 3, because it has a lovely flavor. And then I'm going to put on some very finely chopped green onion. You do either very finely chopped green onion or shallot. And I'm going to put on about 2 tablespoons. These lobsters weighed about 1.25 pounds. They're called chicken lobsters. And now, after that's all gone in, we're going to flame it with cognac. And I'm going to put in about half of a cup. And then when that's good and warm, you just take a match and light it. With that, you can see how you have to stand away, because I was going to say stand away, and just as I had, up it went into flames. Then you shake your pan. This is not an essential step, but it's sort of dramatic, and I think it always makes the cook feel a little better to have flamed something in cognac. And now after it's burned about as long as this, you extinguish it with either dry white wine or dry white vermouth. You'd use a cup of wine or 3/4 of a cup of dry white vermouth. And be sure to use a good quality vermouth. I always use French vermouth because I can trust the quality, and I'm just used to the flavor of it. But if you use a bad vermouth or a bad cognac, you just ruin your dish, and you don't want to ruin lobster. And then, oddly enough, this dish has a little bit of meat flavor. You can either use a glace de viande, which means a meat glaze, that is homemade stock, which is boiled down until when it cools it forms a jelly. It's rather like a bouillon cube, but always better because you've made it yourself. Or use a little bit of homemade beef bouillon or canned beef bouillon. And I'm going to put in about about a half a cup there. And then you want to use fish stock. And if you don't have a fish stock, you can use canned or bottled clam juice. This is a very good substitute for fish stock. I'm going to use about half of a cup of that also. And then we have our tomato flavoring. And this is much the best if you use fresh tomatoes. And as you'll remember, we've done this before, but I'll do it again. Take your whole tomato and drop it into boiling water for exactly 10 seconds. And then when you take it out, that's just what I've done to this, you take the stem end out, and the peel just comes off very easily. Like that. And then you want to strain, you want to get rid of the juice. In almost so many of these French recipes, you have to do this because you don't want a lot of water. So you just take the half of your peeled tomato in each hand and just squeeze like that, and that gets rid of all the juice and the seeds. And then we want to chop it very fine. Because this sauce is not going to be strained, and that's why you wanted the vegetables for your mirepoix. I'm going to turn the heat down a little bit. Very finely done. A very finely diced mirepoix is called a brunoise. That's what's rather nice about French cooking, in that everything has a name, so you don't have to go through a long description of what you want to do. You just have vegetables cut into mirepoix or brunoise, and you know how they are. Now I've got about 2 cups of tomatoes. That's about 6 tomatoes. And that just goes in there. And then to strengthen the tomato flavoring, I'm going to use a little bit of tomato paste. I'll use 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. And that goes in and gets stirred around. And then we also have some garlic. We don't have very much garlic, just a certain amount. And there's your whole unpeeled clove of garlic, and you just stick it as it is into your garlic press and squeeze. There. That really is a great invention, isn't it? And then we have our herbs. Tarragon. That's a very French herb, which you should be able to get in any grocery store. If they don't have it, have them order it for you. Those are just the dry leaves of this lovely plant. It's hard to describe what its flavor is. It just tastes like tarragon. And then I'm going to put some parsley in. That's about 2 tablespoons. And then baste the lobster and cover it, and then let it cook at a slow simmer for 20 minutes. So I'm going to put it down on the back burner here. And then while that's doing, we will do the preparations for our sauce. You probably wondered what we were going to do with this lobster coral and green matter. Now this makes a perfectly delicious, creamy thickening for your sauce. So there's our green matter, and we put it into a sieve, and then we're going to sieve it with butter. We have about say 3 tablespoons of green matter, so we'll use 3 tablespoons of softened butter. And then just push it through your sieve. I've got a masher, but you can use a wooden spoon. And it's sort of googly. Then you find you get some of it that won't go through. You push as much through like that. You always sieve it because there may be some little particles of shell in. And then you use also a rubber spatula and push the rest through with that. You probably can't get all of it through. But you see there's a little piece of something there that didn't go through, and there are little tiny bits of shell left in, and then scrape it all off the bottom of your sieve. And then set that aside. That's all then ready to use for your sauce. And now, because this has to simmer 20 minutes, I have one that is already done. And this one is at exactly the same stage that one was at, except it simmered for 20 minutes. And we now want to reduce the sauce. And so what you do is to take the lobster out. Now this is your most important step, is your final flavoring of the sauce, because you want to reduce and thicken it. And so you always take it out. Take out the lobster meat, and then boil the sauce down and taste it very, very carefully for seasoning. Now this dish, which can be called either lobster à l'américaine or lobster à l'amoricaine. Amorique is an old province in Brittany in northern France, where French lobsters grow. And so French people are very funny. They just hate the idea of having any other nationality having done a wonderful dish like that. And though presumably the dish was originally called à l'américaine, and it was made in Paris, the French people got so upset over that some of them like to call it à la Mauricienne.
Huh?
But it could hardly be à la Mauricienne because they never used tomatoes and garlic in Brittany. So now you see you don't have to boil down the sauce terribly much, because you want just about a cup or so of sauce. It's a very thick sauce, and now we want to taste it very carefully for seasoning.
Shade.
This really is a lovely sauce, but at this point you have all the taste of your wine and your tarragon and your other flavorings which are cooked down into it. But if you find that it needs a little more salt and pepper, you think it needs a little more tomato paste, put it in at that point. And then when you're satisfied that your sauce is just right, you just put your lobster back in. And now you can at this point, you can just set the lobster aside. And you can refrigerate it or whatever you want to do with it, and then heat it up again just before serving. So that's one reason this is a very nice dish, in that you can get all of this cooking ahead and then refrigerate it and then heat it up and finish your sauce just before you're ready to serve. And now we're going to do the final thickening of the sauce. So we put that again over low heat. Now you want to mix up your coral matter in your bowl. And then, now this is called the final liaison of the sauce, and this is just exactly as though you were using egg yolks. And because the coral and green matter can coagulate very quickly, so just we've done the egg yolks several times, and this is exactly the same thing. You've got your butter in it. You'd have to have some kind of a liquid to help prevent them from curdling. And then you have your hot sauce, and you just take a spoonful of that and put it in. Oh, I should use my wire whip. And beat it with your wire whip. And then add a little bit more. The object of this is warming it very, very slowly. And then put in a little bit more until you've added almost a cup. See, that's just the way we've done several sauces with egg yolks in them. And then when it has just been warmed sufficiently, you pour it back into your pan. And this is going to act as a thickening, and also it's going to turn a lovely rosy color. But you don't want it to actually boil. You take your pan and swirl it over heat. Basting it with the sauce, and as it gradually heats up, it begins to turn a perfectly lovely dark red. It's the coral which, while it heats, turns this lovely color and also thickens the sauce. And this is really the final fillip and delight to this homard à l'américaine. Now that's all you do. It's now finished, and had you refrigerated your lobster, you'd have to let it cook in its well-seasoned cooking liquid until it was heated through, and then you would add your lobster coral. And now we're ready to serve. You could serve it right in the pan in which you cooked it. And if you want, you can cook the lobster for 20 minutes in the oven. It doesn't make any difference, but we have a nice heavy pan here, so we can cook it on the stove just as well. And then pour the rest of your sauce over the lobster, and then sprinkle on a little bit of roughly chopped parsley. There we are. Now this lobster dish, it should be served really as a separate course with rice, because you don't want to spoil the flavors of the lobster and the sauce with anything else but rice or with French bread. And with it, we're going to serve a strong, quite full-bodied, chilled white wine. We're using a Côte du Rhône, or a wine from the Rhône Valley. So I'm going to show you how to serve it. Now, sometimes, heavens, I made a little mess. Sometimes when you serve this to people who are not used to eating in the French way, they object to having the lobster in its shell. But in France, it's always served in the shell. You want to be sure. Now we have a piece of the chest and a piece of the tail meat for each serving. And this could be as a first course, or if you had it as a main course, you'd probably give everyone a whole lobster. And then if you were doing it as a first course, you could serve whatever else you wanted following. And if it was a main course, you could serve a lovely green vegetable along with it, if you liked. And now to review, what we did was to have a fresh raw lobster, and if you have the nerve, cut it up when it's live, but it should be sautéed almost as soon as possible after it's been cut. And then you saute it in hot oil until the shells have turned red, and then you flame it if you wish, and then you let it simmer for 20 minutes in the wine, tomatoes, and seasoning. And remember about the coral, that you sieve it with butter, and then you heat it just as the way you do with egg yolks, with a little bit of the hot liquid until it is gradually warmed through, and then you're ready to serve your lobster. And next time, we're going to have French luncheon pancakes, crêpes.
Ooh.
And that's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appétit.
Bon appetit. All right. Crêpe.
The French Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
What you see here is a French pancake, a light, delicate French crepe. How to sauce them, how to serve them, how to make them, and how to flip them. We're going to do them today on the French Chef.
Bum 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 bada bada bum bum bada bada bum bum bada bada bum bada bum 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 bada bada bum bum bada bada bum 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 bada bum 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 bada bada bum bum bada bada bum bum bada bada bum 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 bada bada bum bum bada bada bum bum.
Welcome to the French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to
Toss
do
and destroy it,
French pancakes. In France, they're called les crêpes salées because we're going to do them for luncheon and supper dishes. Most people think of crêpes, and I think they're usually pronounced in English as crepes, as just a dessert dish, flaming like crêpe Suzette. But in France, they're used very often for luncheon and supper dishes, and you can fill them with all kinds of deliciously prepared leftovers so that they look like some elegant meal. As a matter of fact, very often when you go to a French restaurant and you see les crêpes farcies et roulées, or stuffed and rolled, you think, oh, goody, French pancakes. And what they're doing, just like what we're doing, is using up their leftovers, so it's very nice for the restaurant. Now, the French pancake is a very thin thing. It's just like an ordinary pancake batter, except it's much thinner. And it's very delicate and nice. And I'm going to show you now how to make the batter. The easiest way to make the batter is in the electric blender. And you put in 1 cup of milk and 1 cup of water. You always use milk and water because that makes for a much thinner pancake. And then we're going to have 2 cups of measured flour. You remember when you measure your flour, you have a measuring cup flat on a piece of paper, and you sift directly into the cup and then sweep it off with a knife. And that's what we've done with this. If you don't, you want to be sure and get your flour measurement correct, or you may end up with too thick a pancake. And then it has 4 eggs. And we have also a teaspoonful of salt. Now, if you don't have a blender, you put your flour in a bowl and then mix the liquids gradually into it and beat it up well. This is about half a teaspoon of salt that I'm putting in. And then you strain it to be sure that you don't have any lumps in it. And then we have 4 tablespoons of melted butter, which makes 1/4 cup. That's really also very much like a popover batter. And then just put on the cover. And then usually a little bit of the flour will have stuck to the edge of the blender. This makes about 2 quarts of batter, and that's enough for, probably 24 or 5-inch pancakes. And then you push down the flour. If you happen to have a blender that doesn't have as much room as this, just put in part of the water, and then you can stir the water in afterwards. There's still a little bit of flour attached there. There, that's all there is to it. And then you have to let it rest for 2 hours. And the reason you want to let it rest is because the little flour granules absorb the liquid and soften, and that's what gives you the delicateness of the pancake. And then that you just put in the refrigerator, and you can do it a day or 2 ahead. It keeps perfectly well. And now to make the crepes. I have some ready-made batter right here. And this one's got a little bit dried out because I've been flipping it, so I will discard that one. Now, I'm using one of these coated pans. A few crumbs in it. A no-stick pan, which I find extremely good for making these little pancakes because, as the advertisement says, nothing sticks to them, and they don't. But if you want to use a French pan, here's one. They come in either iron or heavy copper. See, this one is about an 1/8 of an inch thick, and it has a tin wash on it. And it has these very low edges. And they're very nice too. But I thought they were the only thing to use until I run into this pan, and you'll see how nicely it works. But you can use an ordinary iron skillet or an omelet pan, anything that won't stick. And if you're using an ordinary skillet, you can take a piece of bacon or bacon rind like that and just rub it into the pan each time that you make a pancake. And now, here's our ready-made batter. I made this last night. And after you make your batter, your first pancake is sort of a test, because you don't know whether your batter is thick or thin enough, and whether your pan is hot enough. So you just pour it into the center and then tip all over with your hand. Now you see there's a little extra there, so you pour it out. And when and then if you pour it out, you just cut off that little lip that fell over. Be sure you always use a wooden instrument with one of these pans. And then you wait until you should see some little bubbles in there. You usually do.
I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
And then anyway, you will see a little browning around the edges here, and that will show that it's done on that side. They only take about, half a minute to cook, if that much. And when you get used to the method of making them, you can keep 2 pans going at once perfectly well. And then when it's loosened from the pan like that, it's usually done. So you can flip it over. That could be done a little bit more. Now if you don't, the flipping is very easy. It's just sort of getting used to doing it. It looks as though it were hard, and you'll probably spill 1 or 2 on the floor or into the stove. But as soon as you get the movement, it goes over very easily. These are very light so that the air catches them. I'll flip that one over again. But it's a matter of just practicing them, and it's quite fun. Now, if you can also, if you don't want to flip them, or if you're doing a very large one, you can take 2 wooden instruments and just lift it up like that and just turn it over. Or, after you've loosened it with your wooden instrument, just turn it over with your fingers. You should train yourself to use the tips of your fingers in very hot materials, because it'll save you an awful lot of time. Now this one, you see it's brown fairly well there on the first side. I think our second crepe will be better. And this other side here is never more than sort of a spotty brown. This looks like a baby Dalmatian rather, but that's the way it always is. And this side of the crepe here is the non-public side, because they're always served either rolled or folded. And it's this outside that is the public view, and this one is private, so you always keep that underneath. And now we'll do one more. And if you're doing a lot of crepes, you remember, sort of mark out on your measure exactly how much is the right amount to put in. And then in it goes that way, and then quickly turn your pan all around. And if you have a few little spots like that haven't quite filled in, you can fill them in.
Hazel, how's it going? Jamie Farmer, good to see you.
It's just a matter of practice.
Stream knockers.
You get excited about making crepes, and you'll make a lot of them for a week, and then you won't make them again for a year, and you'll forget the whole technique, but it comes back again. Now see, that's browned a bit there.
I asked if I'd be up for being on a game show on another stream for approximately 15 minutes. I appreciate it. I would like to pass for now, but thank you. Thank you for the offering.
Turn it over that way. Now this
Stream knockers. Have not heard of it. Sorry.
And also, if you want to make large crepes, you can use.
Jamie, how's it going?
Large, no-stick.
She had holes in that crepe.
8 inches. We have some of those, which you will see. Now let's see how that bottom side is again. That's just about as brown as the inside gets. And now we're going to do some of the fillings.
It's an original game show based on Twitch's knock feature.
At least I've never tried.
Definitely an interruption.
For 3 or 4 days.
No, I appreciate it. I'll take a look. More about like knowing like what this is.
Also, you can make the crepes way ahead of time.
You're attempting to turn a
These
heel?
ones
Oh,
I
good
made
luck.
last night, and you put them in the cover them
She
up.
compared the spots on the crepe to a baby doll. Did I miss that?
And put them in the refrigerator. And
Is that a worthy clip?
To roll them. I did some, and I rolled them up in the wax paper, and then it was rather hard to unroll.
All right, hold on.
Keep them flat, and they don't have to be kept.
How far back was that? Probably pretty far back. Was it? Oh, it was there.
Our second crepe will be better. And this other side here is never more than sort of a spotty brown. This looks like a baby Dalmatian, rather, but that's the way it always is. And this
Perfect. Okay.
will be better. And this other side here is never more than sort of a spotty brown. This looks like a baby Dalmatian, rather, but that's the way it always is. And this side of the crepe here is the non-public side, because they're always served either rolled or folded. And it's this outside that is the public view, and this one is private, so you always keep that underneath. And now we'll do one more. And if you're doing a lot of crepes, you remember...
All right, thank you.
Sort of mark out on your measure exactly how much is the right
thanks,
amount
Hazel.
to put in. And then in it goes that way, and then
I should probably
quickly
get more
turn your
comfortable
pan
with
all
doing
around. And
stuff
if you have
randomly,
a few little
but
spots like that haven't quite
I'm kind of low energy right now.
filled in, you can fill them in. It's just a matter of practicing, and then you get excited about making crepes, and you'll make a lot of them for a week, and then you won't make them again for a year, and you'll forget the whole technique, but it comes back again. Now see, that's browned a bit there. I'll turn this one over in my fingers now, so you can see how that works. You have to loosen it a little bit, and then just turn it over that way.
Huh.
Now this side is done very nicely. And also, if you want to make large crepes, you can use the large no-stick pan, about 8 inches. We have some of those, which you will see. Now, let's see how that bottom side is again. That's just about as brown as the inside gets. And now we're going to do some of the fillings. And this, I don't think you can freeze this batter, at least I've never tried, but it will keep for 3 or 4 days under refrigeration perfectly well.
This feels like a mess over here.
And also, you can make the crepes way ahead of time. These ones I made last night, and you put them in cover them up well with wax paper and put them in the refrigerator, and it's better not to roll them. I did some, and I rolled them up in the wax paper, and then it was rather hard to unroll them, so keep them flat. And they don't have to be kept warm, and they don't have to be reheated if you're going to do the kind of things that we are going to do today.
Okay.
And now we're going, as I said, these are wonderful for using leftovers. You can use leftover, say, Thanksgiving turkey or ham or chicken or anything that would go nicely in a sauce. And if you happen to have a little leftover lobster, which I'm sure everybody has in the refrigerator, I just didn't happen to have any this morning, so I went out and bought some. But the lobster crepe is perfectly delicious, so we're going to do that first, and then I'm going to do some more simple ones. Now, this is boiled lobster meat. In other words, it's already been cooked. But what you always want to do if you're going to serve it in a sauce is to give it a little extra flavor. You do the same thing if you were using turkey or shrimp or chicken. I've got lots of melted butter here, which is very useful. So we'll put in about 2 tablespoons of butter. As you'll find in this kind of thing, the proportions aren't terribly necessary. Give it a little extra flavor. You do the same thing if you were using turkey or shrimp or chicken. I've got lots of melted butter here, which is very useful. So we'll put in about
I've got lots of melted butter here.
As you'll find in this kind of thing, the proportions aren't terribly necessary. What you want is enough butter so that you can cook your lobster meat. And that goes in.
Yeah, you need enough butter to cook your
And if
lobster meat.
we're doing a lobster thermidor, you'd start out just this same way of cooking your lobster meat slowly in butter, and that brings out the pink color in it and also gives it a lovely flavor. Then put on some pepper and a bit of salt. And then we're going to use some minced scallions or shallots. I'm using about 2 tablespoons there. That's about 1.5 cups of lobster meat. And it ain't cheap, but it's awfully good. And this would be if you were going to have a nice sort of fancy luncheon for somebody. And then you let this sort of bubble slowly, and then we're going to make a sauce for it. And I think it's also a good idea to put in a little wine flavoring. I shall use some dry white vermouth. You could use some dry Madeira wine, which would be nice. I'm putting in about 1/3 cup there. And that gives it a nice flavor too. And then while that's slowly cooking, I'll do the preparations for our sauce. Now this we've used many times before. This is cornstarch, but I just want to show you what a very quick and delicious sauce with cream you can make. We're going to have about 1.5 cups of sauce, so I'll use about 3 tablespoons of cornstarch. That should be it. And then that has to be mixed up with a cold liquid. So we'll put in some cream. I'm using 50/50 cream here. You want to get that well blended so there are no lumps in it. You see, this is exactly the same system that we've used for brown sauces. I'm beating that up well. And then put in a little bit more. And now the lobster is cooked, and as it cooks, the pink color comes out, and that's going to give a lovely pink color to our sauce. And then we want to take the lobster out of the pan. Now, I'm using this coated pan again, so I'm using a wooden spoon. And be sure, if you have people that you can't trust around the house, don't leave one of these pans out, because they'll just ruin it. That's I think the only disadvantage in the pan is that you do have to be careful of it. Now I'm just taking the lobster meat out, and we have all this.
Oh, she meant the nonstick pan. I thought she was talking about the lobster.
The basic flavor for our sauce. And then, now where is this? Now this should be off the heat, and then you put in your cornstarch mixture. Now I can't use my
don't
wire
leave a
whip
pan
on
of
that
cooked
pan.
lobster meat laying around. Like,
So
that's good
I'll have to use
advice.
a wooden fork to beat it up. And as it comes up to the simmer, it will thicken. This is certainly a very quick way of making a good sauce. You can use the same sauce like this for mushrooms. You remember and also chicken livers are extremely good done this way. You remember
They cut to the zoom as soon as she made a mess.
You can use a brown sauce for them, or you could use a white sauce like this. Now that's thickened up, so we now want to thin it out. You could use very heavy cream if you weren't on any kind of a diet. And that's still a little bit too thick. You see, the best thing is always to start out thick, and then you can thin it as you like. And I think that is even still a little bit thick. The cornstarch needs about 2 minutes to cook. And then we shall very carefully taste it for seasoning. Now we'll see how it is. It's good, but it needs more salt and pepper. See, we only had the salt and pepper in with the lobster, and that wasn't enough. I'm going to put in it needed quite a bit. I'm going to put in about 1/2 teaspoonful, and then
Back in at work,
pepper.
working and lurking. All right, good luck.
Wine flavoring. So I'm going to put in a little more vermouth and let
We're
that
just
cook
making
down
some,
for just a moment.
Peps.
Whenever you're using wine, you want to be sure that you cook it down because you want to evaporate all the alcohol taste. There. Now I'm going to taste that once more. And be sure that you always do this because it's a shame to go to all this work and just have a little lack of salt. And that little bit of wine helped it too. Now,
Wait, we got to get that one.
comes off, and then we put, and that little bit of wine helped it too.
Yeah, that little bit of wine helps it too.
That comes off, and then we put a little bit of our sauce into the lobster. We want just enough to enrobe the lobster meat. Because then we're going to roll it in with our pancakes. Now you could do exactly this if you wanted to have lobster gratinade in a little shell. You could also add mushrooms to it. But this is sort of a basic lobster mix, and it's just delicious, and you can see how quickly it's done. And now we're ready to roll it into our pancakes. Now you take the non-public side of your crepe like that, and then you just spoon a little bit of lobster meat down in the corner, and then roll it up. You can see why you don't want too much sauce in the lobster, because you want it to hold together. And then you place it in a buttered oven-proof platter. Now you can do these just as individual.
She was tall, but she's 6'2". Yeah.
Restaurant.
Yeah, she was very tall.
And it just doesn't need more than about a tablespoonful or two. And two are enough if you're serving them as a hot hors d'oeuvre. So there you are. And if you were serving it for a main course, you probably would want to have 3 or 4. It just depends on people's appetite. And then you put some sauce.
Learn how to cook after her 30s. Yep. After her work as a spy.
You see, if you were doing turkey, you do it just exactly the same way. And then we have a little bit of grated cheese on top. This is rather coarsely grated Swiss cheese. And then a little bit of melted butter. It's just wonderful having so much melted butter. Just a little bit, about a half teaspoonful.
All right, we're going to get that one too.
This you can prepare way ahead of time, and you can refrigerate. You could even prepare it the day before, but be careful. Melted butter. A little bit of melted butter. It's just wonderful having so much melted butter. Just a little bit, about a half teaspoonful. And then this you can prepare way ahead of time, and you can refrigerate. You could even prepare it the day before, but be careful using shellfish meat. And you have to have it very cold, and don't do it more than a day ahead of time. And then when you're, shortly before you're ready to serve, put it in a 375 oven for about 20 minutes until it's good and hot through and the top is browned lightly. Or if you have a broiler that you can regulate, you could put it way underneath the broiler so that by the time the top was brown, the bottom was also ready. So that we can just set aside. And then we're going to do another type, which is a rather dramatic one, which I think you will enjoy. In this one, we're going to make a gâteau de crêpe, or a big cake of crepes.
Ooh.
And we're going to put it on this big platter, and we're going to use these great big pancakes. These are just as thin as the other ones, but I made them in the large no-stick pan. And so we're going to make a sauce for them.
Oh, wow.
This one is, we're going to make a bechamel sauce. I don't think we've done a bechamel yet. It's one of the mother sauces. It's the same as a velouté, except it's made with milk. So I'm going to put in about 2 tablespoons of butter. It really would be nice always to have melted butter. I don't know where my flour is. I guess I put it away somewhere. Well, I had a big bowl of flour. I must have put it under here somewhere. Oh well, I've got here a sack of flour. I'll just use that. I want it to be a little bit fancy today, so I had it in a bowl. Now, I'm going to make 2 cups of sauce, so I'm going to use 2 tablespoons of flour. And the important measurement in this is the flour. And you add just enough butter so that you can make a paste which you can stir around. And we've done this several times with our velouté. If you remember, our chicken fricassee had the same sauce. And this, you cook your flour and butter slowly together until they foam and froth for about 2 minutes, and then you take it off heat, and then you pour in your milk. And this is hot milk, and as usual in these sauces, it's much better not to pour in the whole amount at once. So I'm going to put in about 1.5 cups or so, because it's always easy to thin the sauce out, but not so quick to thicken it up. And that needs a little more sauce in. Do you see how terribly quickly this basic sauce is made? And it needs just boiling just a moment like that, because you've already cooked your flour, so you're not going to have a pasty sauce. And then this sauce is a bechamel, is a starter. And so you always add some other flavor to it. And this, I'm going to turn this into a fancy sounding sauce called a sauce mornay. And all it is a bechamel sauce with grated Swiss cheese in. And I'm putting in about a third of a cup of grated cheese. And I think that's still a little bit thick, so I'm going to put in a little bit more milk. You see why it's a good idea not to put in everything at once, because you can very easily thin it out and it doesn't need any more cooking. There, that's a nice thick sauce, and I can thin it out a little more later if I'd like to. And now, to start out with our gâteau, we have our big plate here, and you always butter the plate before you start in doing anything, and then you will center a big pancake there. And then we're going to have, you can use any kind of a filling that you like. We have here cooked chopped spinach. You remember how we did that when we did our vegetables. This is all cooked and perfectly flavored, so we just add a little bit of our cheese or sauce mornay to it. Just about, again, as with the lobster, just enough so that the spinach is moistened. And then be sure that you taste it very carefully for seasoning. And then we have here a mixture of cream cheese and diced mushrooms sauteed in butter and some herbs and a little bit of chopped green onion. And this, you can make whatever proportion you like to it. And with this too, you would stir in a little bit of your sauce, just to make a mixture that you can spread. Cream cheese is awfully nice in cooking this way, and then you make a layer of cheese like that. You can make these as thick as you like. And then you make a layer of spinach. And you can make just as many layers as you like also. You could make 24 if you wanted. And then you put another pancake on top of that. And then you cover it with some of your sauce. That was still, I think, a little bit thick, so I'm thinning it out a little bit. Then you pour your sauce over it. And then this, again, you can get entirely made ahead of time. And then this also would have a little bit of cheese, a little bit of melted butter. Here's our melted butter again. And that again you can make ahead of time, and then you put that in a 350 oven for about, half an hour until that were heated through and the top had browned lightly. Now I have another one of these gâteaux which I've been keeping warm, which we will now serve. You can see how nicely it turns out. Now those are really very quick, nice dishes, which, there. Now this one you can use either as the first course for a luncheon or the main course for a dinner. And here are lobster ones. These have been, there are about 12 of these here, so this will make a very nice little hot hors d'oeuvre for an elegant luncheon. And with either of
Lobster
these, you
hors
serve a
d'oeuvres.
chilled white wine like a Grave. And now I'll go over those proportions for this batter, because that's the only thing you really need to know, which is 1/2 teaspoon salt, 2 cups sifted flour, 4 tablespoons melted butter, 1 cup cold water, 1 cup cold milk, 4 eggs. And remember that you should let it rest for 2 hours. And I think if you practice doing the flipping, you'll find that you'll do very well with crepes. Now next time we're going to do dessert crepes, crêpe Suzette. That's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appétit.
Bon appetit. All right, we got some good quotes out of that one.
The
Crêpe
French
Suzette.
Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
Don't touch it for 2 hours.
I'm making a lovely, large, lacy, sugary dessert pancake. And when we cook it, slather it with orange butter and flame it in liqueur and brandy. It's going to turn into one of the most famous French desserts, crêpe Suzette. We're doing it today on The French Chef.
Bom bom.
Welcome to The French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to do French dessert pancakes. We're going to start with some of the more simple ones, and we're going to end with a flaming crêpe Suzette. French dessert pancakes are made of a much lighter batter than the entree crepes. The entree ones are the kinds that you can fill with cream chicken or lobster or mushrooms, and the dessert ones are even lighter in texture. Here's some great big ones. They're like that. They should be just like a feather, and the proportions for them are a little bit different. We're cooking one now, and I'm doing it in a large pan. I'm just turning over this side. And the proportions that you use for the dessert pancake are, you don't use any whole eggs. You use 3 to make about 1.5 quarts. You use 3 egg yolks and 3/4 of a cup of milk and 3/4 of a cup of water and 1.5 cups of flour and 5 tablespoons of melted butter. Now this one's just about done, and I'm going to do another one. I find it one of the best pans for making these French crêpes are the no-stickum pans like this. The French use pans that don't have high edges like this, but you have to rub them with butter or something before you put the pancake in. And in this you don't have to use any butter or oil at all. And you just put your batter in. Put it right in the middle and then tilt the pan in all directions. And this batter I made in the electric blender. When you get all of your mixture, you just put it in the blender and let it run until, for about 30 seconds or a minute, until everything is into a nice cream like this. And then you have to let it rest for 2 hours so that all of the little granules of flour will absorb the liquid, and that makes the very tender crepe. Now this one,
All right, 4
is
hours.
more delicate. It's often more difficult to flip. And remember, if you're going to use these no-stickum pans, you have to use wooden instruments. And as soon as you've seen it brown around the edges, you lift it up. And it's a good idea to use your fingers, because you do them very quickly so that they don't burn or they don't get too hot. Now the underside is always the nicest side of the crepe. And once you've cooked that side, then you can flip it over. But you see that this side here is the non-public side of the crepe. So when you fold it or roll it, you always fill this part of it and then fold it that way so that this pretty side is out. And you can use a smaller no-stick pan. This is about 5.5 inches here. You do it just exactly the same way. And this one here is about 7.5 inches. It just depends on what you particularly want to do. And these crepes, we're going to make the butter for the crepe Suzette, and that's an orange butter, and it's perfectly delicious. You can use it for other things besides crepe Suzette. And to get a perfectly delicious orange flavor, you have to go to a little work, but that's rather true of many things if you want to have the best possible flavor. You want to get 4 sugar lumps. I've only got 2.5 here because I'm just going to show you how you do it. And you have a nice bright orange, and you want to take your sugar lump and rub it over the orange skin until you get the orange oil into the sugar lump. You can probably see how that looks, and then you have to rub like this. And the reason that you do this is that you get much more of the orange flavor if you rub your lump over the orange. We break it in half, and you're going to have to use 4 oranges for this. And you just rub it all over. This takes quite a while, but you can do it way ahead of time. And then when you have you would have 4 lumps like that, and you would have used 4 oranges. And then you take your vegetable peeler, and you want to peel what they call the zest off the orange, and that's just the orange part of the orange, not the white part. And you want 2 whole oranges zested that way. And then, to get even more of the orange flavor, you put it in a bowl along with your sugar lumps, and you get any kind of a wooden masher, and you just mash it up. Now that's getting more of the orange oil out of the orange, and that's what gives you the perfectly delicious flavor in an orange butter. And then you pour it out, and then you take your big knife and you chop that all up with a little bit of sugar. With the zest from 2 oranges and 4 sugar lumps, you use about 1/4 cup of granulated sugar. Then you chop it, and that gives you even more of your flavor. See that method of chopping? Hold the knife with your 2 hands like that and just chop back and forth.
This gets used in the PBS auto-tune song.
Well, that takes quite a bit longer when you have more orange peel. And this is really about the only long part of this orange butter, but it's one of the most important because you've got to get all of that flavor. And then, when you have all of that, you end up with a little bowl of orange.
Yeah, that knife was longer than a chopping board.
And sugar, which is just like that, and it just has the essence of orange, and it's perfectly delicious to smell. So I shall add all of this to here. And then you take 2 sticks of softened, unsalted butter, and you can do this by hand, but it's very easy to do in the machine. And you add your orange to it, and then you cream it until it's nice and fluffy.
There it goes.
And then you have some strained orange juice. And for this amount, you can add up to about 2/3 of a cup. And you
Cream
add it very
it.
slowly.
Wow.
Spatters a little bit.
Said the magic words.
Whew. That was a mistake. Now, after that, then you put in some more orange flavor using a very good brand of orange liqueur. You don't have to use orange liqueur, but it gives an added orange flavor. But don't use it at all unless you're willing to buy a brand that really tastes very good. I'm going to put in about 3 tablespoons, and be sure to take this rubber spatula out before I do it.
Is that what happened? She left the rubber spatula in the bowl?
And that's all there is to the orange butter. And now this you want to make
Nice.
ahead of time. You can make, a day or 2 ahead of time, or you can even freeze it, because the butter will pick up much more orange flavor when it's made ahead of time. You want at least 2 hours. And then, when that's done, and you've made your pancakes.
Another
you're all
2
ready to
hours.
make your crêpe Suzette. But you can use this butter for other things too, in a dish which are called les crêpes fourrées, or stuffed crepes. And that's a delicious dish, and you don't have to go through all the fol de rol at the dining room table, because you can get them all done in the kitchen and then flame them if you wish at the table or not. And so I'm going to put in some almonds into this, which is very nice. Now I'm going to use some powdered almonds, and there's, of course, is an almond that hasn't been blanched or peeled. But in most grocery stores, you can buy either a can or a plastic bag with the almonds all blanched. Sometimes they're whole, and sometimes they're in little pieces. And you just put the little blanched pieces into the electric blender, about half a cup at a time, and you come out with this nice powdered almonds. And we're going to put about half a cup of this into our
You probably just use almond
butter.
flour
You can put in
nowadays,
more
right?
if you want. It doesn't really make very much difference what the proportions are, but be sure whenever you use almonds that you use a little bit of almond extract, which brings out the flavor of the almonds. I'm going to put in about a cupful, which is just about 1/4 of a teaspoon. Then you mix that up. And that's all there is to that. And then we're going to stuff our crepes. I'll have something to put
We're
in the
gonna
blender
stuff our
with this
faces. I mean the crepes.
rubber thing in. And then it's a good idea to taste it just to see if it's really as good as it ought to be. Off we go. You could use that instead of hard sauce on a pudding if you wanted to. And now we're going to stuff some pancakes. If you make your crepes ahead of time, which you can do, I made these last night, and then you put them in the refrigerator, always wrap them in wax paper. And then when they're cold, you find that they're awfully hard to peel apart because you have melted butter in them. So put them in a covered pan, anything, over simmering water or into a slow oven until they've warmed up enough so that you can peel them apart. And then, well, this is a very nice dessert. Take a little oven-proof platter and butter it. I've got lots of melted butter here today. And then take your pancake using, you see, that's the nicer side and that is the non-public side. And then just spread this orange butter on it. You could really eat them just this way, but and then you can fold it in quarters like that and put it on your plate. I'll do 2 of those that way. It's very nice to have this orange butter through freezing it, and then whenever you want to make a quick dessert, you can just make something like this, which really, as in France they say, épater les bourgeois, or really excites people. Now, if you don't want to fold them in quarters, you can roll them up. Then, these are going to be put in the oven, so you want to sprinkle them with some granulated sugar. And then put on a few drops of melted butter.
A few drops.
You can have that all done ahead of time, and before you want to serve it, put it into a 375-degree oven for about 10 or 15 minutes until it's well heated through. You want to be sure that you get the sugar to caramelize on top, because if you want to flame it, you can't flame it unless the sugar is caramelized. And now we're going to do another version. And this, I think this is one of the very nicest of all. We're not going to do this with the orange butter. We're going to do this with apples, and this is going to be a gâteau de crêpe à la Normande, or from Normandy. Anytime anything comes from Normandy, it always has apples in it. Now this will use, again, an oven-proof platter, which we butter. And then, these were these big pancakes. We made you center one in the bottom. And now these are apple slices. You put these on a cookie sheet, on a buttered cookie sheet, and then spread the apples mostly in one layer, sprinkle them with sugar and with melted butter, and put them in a 350 oven for about 20 minutes until they've softened. And then you put a layer of apples. Then, you can use almonds, but we're going to use macaroons. That's a macaroon and almond cookie. Some of them are just terrible, but be sure that you get some that taste like homemade ones and that have a lovely almond flavor. And you break them up into pieces like that and stick them on a cookie sheet, and you want to dry them out.
That is true. Some of them are just terrible.
200-degree oven for about an hour until they get brittle like that. And then put them half a cup at a time in the electric blender, and you come out with a powder like that. It's a lovely flavor. And then sprinkle this on. Again, with this, there are no proportions. You can do very much what you like. And then put a little bit of melted butter on. This isn't a terribly no-cal dessert. It's awfully good. And then, if you want, you can sprinkle a little cognac on. If you were in Normandy, you would use apple brandy or Calvados. And if you're going to sprinkle anything, put your thumb over the bottle and then just shake it like that, and you'll just get a few drops. You just want a little bit for flavoring, not very much. And then put another pancake on top, and you can just go right on building this up with as many layers as you like. And then put on some more almonds and a little more butter. And then you end, after you've built up your large edifice, with a pancake on top, and then put on a little more butter and a little bit of sugar. This again, if you're going to flame it, you always want to have your sugar on so it will caramelize, otherwise you can't flame it. And then this you can prepare up to this point well ahead of time, and then put it in a 350 oven until it is well hot through and the butter has and the sugar has caramelized on top. Now I'm going to take out our crepe, which were stuffed with the almond cream, and we're going to flame them. I have another one which has a few more on it to show you how it will look. And with this now, we have about a good half cup of liqueur in which you have to warm. And you have to be sure that this is warm too. And you, just before you serve, you then pour your liqueur over. If you don't use enough liqueur, it's not going to flame. You see all of that's bubbling and it's good and hot. You can flame it in the kitchen and then bring it to the dining room, but it's a little bit tricky because you might burn your eyelashes. There, these are very hot. And they're so hot that I'll have time to put in the orange butter for our crêpe Suzette, because this takes a little bit of time to cook. I have here a heavy pan that's over an alcohol flame, and I've gotten it good and hot, and then in goes the butter. And now we're going to flame our rolled almond crepes. Hot that I'll have time to put in the orange butter for our crêpe Suzette, because this takes a little bit of time to cook. I have here
I missed it.
That this is warm too, and you, just before you serve, you then pour your liqueur over. If you don't use enough liqueur, it's not going to flame. You see all of that's bubbling and it's good and hot. You can flame it in the kitchen and then bring it to the dining room, but it's a little bit tricky because you might burn your eyelashes.
Okay, hold on. That's what we want.
Your liqueur over. If you don't use enough liqueur, it's not going to flame. You see all of that's bubbling and it's good and hot. You can flame it in the kitchen and then bring it to the dining room, but it's a little bit tricky because you might burn your eyelashes. There, these
Okay,
are
burn your
very
eyelashes.
hot, and they're so hot that I'll have time to put in the orange butter for our crêpe Suzette, because this takes a little bit of time to cook. I have here a heavy pan that's over an alcohol flame, and I've gotten it good and hot, and then in goes the butter. And now we're going to flame our rolled almond crepes. There. Now then you spoon the flaming sauce over the crepes until the flames die down. And then you serve them. Now this type of crepe you can make in several different ways. This has the almond orange butter in it, or you can put in that nice apple filling that we saw, or you can use a very simple filling such as sliced bananas and apricots and almonds. And you don't have to flame them if you don't want. And there's a very nice non-alcoholic version of these rolled crepes in which you use that French pastry cream. Do you remember the crème pâtissière that we used for our French tarts, our fruit tarts? Well, you can fill them with that and put some almonds in, and then grate some chocolate over them, and sprinkle them with sugar and butter and put them in the oven until the chocolate is melted. That makes a perfectly lovely crepe. Now, as you see with this butter, you have to let it cook for quite a while. because it has to sort of caramelize and thicken rather into a syrup. And while this is cooking down, I think I will go back over the proportions, because I rather skipped over them rather quickly as to the batter for these crepes. And that is, if you have a pencil and would like to jot it down, we have 3/4 cup of milk, 3/4 cup of water, 3 yolks, 1 tablespoon of sugar, that was 3 egg yolks I meant, 1 tablespoon of sugar, and if you like, 3 tablespoons of liqueur, 1 1/2 cups of flour, and 5 tablespoons of melted butter. And if you have a blender, you mix it in the blender for just about 30 seconds. And if you don't have one, you put your flour in a bowl, and with a wooden spoon, you gradually work in the eggs and the liquid until you have a smooth batter, and then you strain it. And remember to let it rest for 2 hours at least before you use it. There are all kinds of recipes for batter. We happen to like this one very much. And now, when you're doing your crêpe Suzette at the table, you have to wait this amount of time while the butter cooks. And so you have to be rather a good raconteur. You can speak about the time you were in Paris or somewhere and had the crêpe Suzette, or when you were on an ocean liner, or you might go into the history of crêpe Suzette, which is somewhat obscure. I think one of the best historiques was in Gourmet magazine in 1961, and Elsie Lee went into a great investigation, and she found that it was probably Charpentier, an old chef who had invented them back in Monte Carlo for the Prince of Wales, and they were named after his little daughter. No, I guess it was the guest of his daughter, Suzette. He was only 16 years old at the time. It seems unlikely. But if you go to France, you find that hundreds of chefs have claimed to do it. And now when your butter has bubbled down and gotten a little bit syrupy, it's time then to put in your crepes.
That's right, distract your guests with your Paris adventures.
You roll them in the butter and then fold them like that. And this, you ought to practice this if you're going to do it in public. You ought to practice it a little bit, though it's not difficult to do. You just have to get the movements. I'm using stainless steel salad knife and fork, which seem to work perfectly well.
How about,
and remember with these that you want the pretty side out. That's the better side. And
playing the Assassin's Creed that took place in Paris, does that count?
So when you fold it, you want the attractive one to be on the outside. And sometimes if you make your crepes a little too thin, they're difficult to fold. So you might try making
close enough, right? I haven't been to Paris, but this time I was playing this game.
I mean, not really
trying to assassinate.
A little bit thicker than absolutely paper thin, the kind you could read a newspaper through. This is a good kind of a platter to do these in. I tried it in a stainless steel one, but the stainless steel doesn't conduct heat at all, and it would just heat up in the middle. I see I'm making a little bit of a mess of that one, but you can sort of fake the fold if you manage to do it rapidly enough. I'm using large crepes in this. These are about 7-inch crepes, so I think 2 are enough per person. But these, when they cook in the butter, they get the most lovely taste. Now here's a little 5-inch crepe, and this is a terribly thin batter. But I'll just put one in. No, I'm not folding that very well. I'll put it underneath so nobody will see it. There. Now it's time to put in the flaming it with, we're going to use cognac and orange liqueur. And if you want it to flame, you have to put in a good bit, about a good ½ cup of each. And then you have to wait for a few minutes until it begins to bubble up. And you also put a little bit of sugar on, because the sugar helps the brandy to flame. And then Now that's
Very
bubbling
legit.
up.
Okay.
So I light it. I hope that, yep, that's flaming. You never can see the alcohol flame very well because it's a light blue. But then you, with great drama, you want to lift it up quite high. And this is the reason you want long spoons, because it's quite hot. And you just spoon that over until the flames have almost subsided. And then you're ready to serve. And be sure that you have your plates hot. You see that you still are getting a little bit of flame there, which is very nice.
All right.
And then,
Oh,
see, there's
we
still a little
did.
flame with the liquid as it goes on.
Guess what we made it to? 142. We're on row 143.
Thing. And now we have done 3 really lovely desserts.
So we did like 13 or 14 rows.
Rolled and folded orange almond crepes. And I told you, you can use any kind of a filling that you can think of with those, and you can flame them or not. And then that extremely nice apple gâteau. I think that's one of the nicest ones. And then we've ended with crêpe Suzette, probably the most famous of all French desserts. And as you've seen, you can prepare your crepe batter and make your crepes way ahead of time. You can even freeze them. You can get everything done ahead, and the assembly for a really elegant meal is not very difficult. And so that is all for this time on The French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. All right. Steaks and hamburgers will be the next one. Steaks and hamburgers. But we're done for today with that. We're going to read some manga here. We made some great progress, though. We're done with the section that we're decreasing on both sides. So we're actually to the part where we are decreasing just on one side. It's technically just 50 more rows, but it's less than that because I need to stop at some point to be determined to start the neck. So we're getting close. We're probably a day or two away from starting the neck. So that's exciting. Okay. We're going to read some Akira here. Finish off the day. All right. Change the stream info. Julia Child. Akira in Japanese now. Writing and reading. Okay. This is Akira, Volume 4, Chapter 67. Okay, Volume 4, Chapter 6. Okay, and the last thing for me to check is, again, there's a goofy thing that happens in this chapter. I guess we'll just skip it. We're going to read through the 26, but what I need to do is 321 to 24. Got pushed. So I'll describe that when we get to it. It's going to be really confusing. But such is life here. Okay, and we're going to 326. So let me do this. That's that page. Okay. Just the pen. Oh man. Okay. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay, that's set. That's set. I think we're all set. Okay. What's been going on here? Oh, right. Oh, the psychics are battling. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay, let's read chapter 67 of Akira. When we finish chapter 66, more battles going on at Miyako's temple. The psychics are battling each other. And as Kei was running along, this person ran out and seemed to recognize Kei from the time at Harukiya. Looks like Kaneda, but it's not him. It's one of those people maybe from the biker gang or something. So anyway, chapter 67, the battle continues here. Okay, this is, I guess, the Tetsuo-kun's people that the other dude is controlling, firing on the wounded people. They had started to fight back, but their guns are working again or something. Anyway, koitsura shinu no ka kowaku ne no ka? These guys dying, not scared? Question mark. Meaning like these guys aren't scared of dying? Okay, someone throwing a wrench here or something. Like, ow. Wah! Okay, again, this is like one of the people that's wounded at the temple that's been an innocent bystander, so to speak. So they're attacking. Yeah, coming in. Okay, so those people are now seeming to more fight back here. Okay, some trampling going on. Kurae! Kurae, that's like eat this or eat. Koko wa mo genkai da modoru zo. As for this place, it's already the limit. We'll go back. So again, this is the new Tokyo Empire people saying basically this place is at its limit. We can't do any more or something. So we're going to head back. Kei had already made a comment when she was running along saying that that group was becoming disordered. And so expecting that they wouldn't be doing much longer. Wah. Okay. This is like the horde of people at the temple murmuring as they're running after them with pipes. Come. Okay. Some sort of smoke grenade or something here. Mate. Yeah. Wait. Shoo. That's smoke coming out of this thing. Nigero. Run away. Daijoubu da. Kore wa tada no. It's just a smoke grenade. It's okay. As for this thing, it's simple. It's just a kemuri. Is it N? So Hatsuen kan? Hatsuen to. A smoke bomb. So Hatsuen means to emit smoke. And the toe there is like a tube. Okay. So it's just a smoke bomb. Okay. We're seeing now the outside of the temple, and something seems to have blown up elsewhere, maybe? Okay, there's K. So we're switching scenes again. Hontai wa, Taichou wa doko ni iru? So as for headquarters, as for the captain, what place existing? So headquarters, and where's the captain? Okay, so I guess this is K listening in on these guys. All right. Shinsha domo no teiko ga yosoi jou de mou wareware no te ni oenu joutai da. The believers' resistance, the resistance of the believers forecast more than. So being more than we forecasted, the resistance of the believers, already our hand losing condition it is. So te ni o anai means to be spoiled, unmanageable, uncontrollable. So again, already it's a condition that is uncontrollable for us. Because again, the resistance of the believers is more than forecasted. More than expected. And again, that should be Shinsha, or is it Jinsha? Shinja. Okay, Shinja domo, the believers. Kochimoda. It's this direction also, meaning like it's happening over here too, I guess. Meaning the resistance. Taichou ga miyako o oku no in ni oitsumeta ga mada tekozutteru. The captain, that's the dude with the hair, with the tie, that I can never remember his name. The captain has like cornered Miyako into the back of the temple. Oku no in. Yeah, the inner sanctuary. In, like, institute, building, whatever, oku, like in the back. So that's where the inner sanctuary is. And oi tsumeta is to chase, and this is like to corner and to back into a wall. So oi tsumeta. Yeah, to corner, to drive into the wall. Yep. Okay, so all that's right. Okay, so Captain has like cornered Miyako in the inner sanctuary. It is still tekozutteru. I think that just means like active combat. Yeah, having much trouble. Tekozuru. Still having a hard time. Okay. Oh, is that Shonin Su ni chiratta no ga mazukatta tonikaku minna o shugo sasenai to. Okay. This is like scattering into few numbers was bad. In any case, everyone assembling must be done. Or sasenai to is an implied double negative. So this is sasenai to ikanai, naranai. But basically we must make reassembly of everyone. I don't think it's shonin. Yeah, no, that's sukunai. An? It's not going to be like anhito. That's weird. Oh, okay. Shoninsu. Shoninzu. Yeah, so shoninzu ni chiratta. And again, that's going to be to scatter. Is it just, it's not just chitta. Or maybe it is chitta. Okay. Shoninsu ni chitta no ga. So again, scattering into few numbers of people was a mistake. Mazukata. In any case, again, shugo. We want that shu. Not shugo. Oh, shugo. Yeah, shugo. Shugo sasanaito. Again, must do assembly. Okay. They want to get everyone back together. Basically, splitting up was a mistake. Duh. So Kay is overhearing that, them talking. Off she goes. Whoa. Okay, someone's yelling out. This appears to be Kay. I guess they left the room because that's not where she is, apparently. She's right there. Assuming that's the same room. So maybe they left and that's them yelling. Who knows? We'll find out. Oh! Dot, dot, dot. Okay, this is the room where, yeah, the psychics are fighting. So there's the captain. Dosta! How did? What happened? What's wrong? Tate! Stand. Tate korose! Stand and kill. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so the monks have been fighting with their psychics. Miro! Look! Oh, this is him saying this. Miro! Look! Nokotteru no wa shini's nani nai dake da. As for the remaining ones, they're just like on the border of death. It's this. It is Sokol now. Okay. Shini Sokolnai, which is yeah, it's just failing to die. They're just surviving. Again, as are the ones remaining, Nokotteru no wa shini sokonai dake da. They're just failing to die. They're just surviving. Basically, right? Look, they're almost dead. So this is this guy yelling at this guy. Like, come on. Oh, 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 oh. Yosh, sono choushi da. Good. It's that condition. I guess like I guess he's getting back up. That's him struggling to get back up. So he's like, okay, that's a good condition. Or a good mood. Yeah, good condition, state of health. Usually it's what? Choshigai. Choshigai is, yeah, good form, great shape. Taito! Taiyan desu! Captain! It's terrible! Okay, so a guy coming down from the hall yelling this. Ha! Uh-oh, is this K? Shinkan tachi ga shinja o nani ete ko nani ni kiyagatta ka? Okay, so the Shinto priests, the priests are something like manipulating the believers into attacking. Isn't this to obey? It's not I Shitagao? Yeah, Shitagao. Abiding to obey. The Shinto priests, like, abiding attack of the believers. Or maybe like following or accompanying attacks by the believers of the believers. A little bit odd with the Shinja having the direct object here. And we have what? It's not Kogeki. We want Kolzei. Yeah. Offensive aggression. Shitagate Kolzei ni. The Kolzei ni. So again, the Shinto priests towards obeying or following offensive aggression of the believers. I guess meaning like the Shinto priests are encouraging or driving the believers towards obeying like offensive aggression. In other words, they're attacking. And then Kiyagataka came. Arrived. Anyway. Doshimasu ka? So this guy, hearing this news, turns into here with the captain and says, how do? What should we do? Urusai! You're noisy. Shut up. Sakusen wa shippai da. Tokaro. Tokashiro. Is it Toka? Toko. Okay. As for the tactics, it's a failure. Do surrender. So yeah, this is probably K, right? I think she had like these darker pants on. So basically, again, as for the battle tactics, it's a failure. Do surrender. Nani? What? Nandato kono yaro teme. Like, what'd you say? You jerk. You. Koitsu chigao zo. This guy is different. Okay, she's running up the steps. Wah! Hisama wa! As for you, onna, woman. Oh, okay. Done. She slams him into the wall, so she doesn't shoot him. Buki o sutete hikiagero. So throw away weapons and, like, withdraw. Do the favor of withdrawing, pulling out. Get out of here. Kuso. Damn it. Kono. Ama. Okay, like this. Ama. That's probably some nasty word. I'm not gonna. Woman shell diver? No, that's not it. Pick a really nasty word to call a lady that starts with ama, and that's probably what he's calling her, which is like, you, ama. Ukeba utsu. If move, we'll shoot. All right, so she's got that captain dude, again, that I can't remember the name of, against the wall. Ooh, nani yomi nanka shinai wa yo. Oh, is that byo? Byo yomi nanka shinai wa yo. Yeah, so like seconds not counting, or seconds counting, or something like that, not doing. So I'm not going to count seconds. Byo yomi? Yeah, okay, byo yomi is a countdown. So again, countdown or whatever not doing. I'm not going to do that. This is like immediate reply do. Again, it's like do an immediate reply. Answer immediately. Soku. But we want answer. Sokuto. Immediate reply. Yeah. So do that. Sokuto shinai. Sore wa. As for that. Kuroshite wa naran. Kei. So this is Miyako calling out, as for killing, will not become. So, like, don't kill them. Okay. Mate, yamero! Wait, stop! Yamero! Wakatta! Yame! Stop! I got it. Understood. Stop! Buki o sutete dete ikinasai. Again, throw away your weapons and basically go out. Get out of here. Okay, that's like some sort of whistle or some sort of sound. Ah, they hear this. So maybe it was some sort of sign here. Arewa. As for that. As for that. Kitaka. Heard? Did you hear that? Ga. Kita. Kita. This guy is saying like, ugh. Heard kita, but his mouth is in the ground, so it comes out gida. So like, yeah, I heard it. Shugo no aizu da. It's the signal of assembly. Like it's the sign to assemble. Not shugo, aizu. Aizu? Yeah, sign. Sakusen ga shūryō shita no ka? The battle tactics, the operation, finishing done? Did? Have we finished the operation? Isoge! Hurry! Oshosha ni wa te o kashite yare. Okay. So, like, do the favor of lending a hand as for to the wounded people. It's not Oshosha, it's Fushosha? Fushosha? Yeah, Fushosha. Casualties. So as for with the casualties, do the favor of lending a hand. So help with the casualties. Okay, Kei has gotten him out of the temple. Chikisho! Mate! Damn it! Wait! Okay, yeah, so this guy was gonna like aim at Kei, and this guy's saying, wait. Buki o sutteru you ni iinasai. Say in the manner of throwing away weapons. So basically, in other words, or dropping weapons, right? She's saying like, tell them to drop their weapons. Yai, timera. Hey, you guys. All right, this is the guy that had recognized Kei from earlier. Mite wakaranei no ka? Looking and not understanding? Like, are you not understanding what's happening here? Are you looking and not understanding this? Maketan dayo. You lost. Omaera wa. As for you guys. So lost. Having lost, you guys. And so he's yelling at the, right, again, we see the Dai Tokyo Teikoku, the Great Tokyo Empire. Not sure what the other characters are. Oi, hondo kayo? Hey, is that for real? どうする? How do? What should we do? どうするて? What should we do, you say? ぐだぐだ言ってねーで、早く銃を捨てろ. So don't yammer, guda guda. Guda guda ite ne. Yeah, don't talk, don't speak tediously, I guess. Quickly throw away your weapons, throw away guns. Koitsu koroshite. We'll kill this guy. They're talking about him. もう一回やってもいいんだぜ. We'll kill this guy, and one more time, even fighting is fine. I mean, and we'll fight again. We'll kill this guy, and we'll fight again. Something. Gotcha. Clunk. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's the guns dropping. Taito! Ore, oyurushi kudasai. Ore tachi dake de wa muri desu. So, Captain, please do forgiveness. So, forgive us. As for with just us, it's impossible. So, like, we can't do it alone, or it's just impossible with us. これで勝ったと思うなよ. With this, one, thinking don't do. So, don't think you've won with this. 帝国は貴様らをみんな殺しにするまで兵を送ってくるぞ. As for the Empire, until doing complete, killing every one of you guys, will come and, like, I guess, send soldiers. So again, don't think you won with this. The Empire, until it kills all of you, will come and, like, again, send soldiers. I think that's just hey. I don't think it would be Tsuwamono. It could be Tsuwamono, but I somehow doubt that. No, maybe it is Tsuwamono. Tsuwamono o okutte kuru? Anyway. Tetsuo-kun ni inasai. I guess this is now K, because it's speak to Tetsuo-kun, right? First of all, he would not call Tetsuo-kun. So yeah, this is K saying this. So, like, speak to Tetsuo-kun. Kondo wa anata ga sento de kinasai te. And this is like, tell him, as for next time, you come, like, at the head as the leader. Yeah, as the vanguard, sento de. Next time, you come as the leader. Hey, cool dude, how's it going? All right, so we switch scenes over here. There's Tetsuo-kun. Go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. All right, I guess that's just letting us know where Tetsuo-kun was. Back to the temple. There's K. These guys are leaving. 俺たちを貸して何すその甘さがお前の命取りになるぞ. Okay, so, like, letting live me is whatever this is of naivety, sweetness. Ooh. That's a weird kanji. Kaesu, to send back. Okay, kaesu sono amasa ga. Is that really? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So it's ikashite kaesu sono amasa ga. Yeah, so again, sending us back alive, that naivety, that sweetness, sono amasa ga, it will become taking your life. Meaning like it'll become you losing your life. Inochi o toru. Yeah. Yeah, it'll become taking, like the taking of your life, the sweetness of sending us back alive. Okay. Or naivety. Oboetero. Remember, but as we actually just saw this in Azumanga Daioh. It's kind of like remember, but it really comes across as like, you'll regret this. We'll get you for this. Oboetero! Ah, so Kay is walking away. Chotto matte. Wait a sec. Hanashi o kiite kure. Do the favor of listening to story. Like, please listen to what I have to say. Wakateru wa, knowing, I know. Tashika ni ima shakuro shita hou ga ii to omou. Certainly right now, shooting to death direction is good thinking. So again, I think that's pretty straightforward. Certainly I think right now, the direction of killing them, shooting them to death would be good. Demo watashi wa mou, but as for me, already, chigau yo, ore da yo, hora, it's different, you know, it's me, you know, look. Anta Harukiya ni Kaneda to ita ko daro. You at Harukiya with Kaneda existed that kid, that girl, right? So you're that girl who was with Kaneda at Harukiya, right? Ah, ore da yo, it's me. Yamagata nanka to issho ni ita. It's me. Yamagata or whatever together with existed. So I was there with Yamagata. Remember, Yamagata's the guy that Tetsuo killed. Ikiteta no? Like you're alive? Anta mo sa? You too. So they're like, oh. Okay, so is this it? No, it's the next page. All right. Keganin wa ato da mazu hi o kesse. All right, so we're sort of switching scenes to outside the temple. People are sort of recuperating, and it looks like these two are going to talk for a bit. So as for wounded people, keganin, it's later. First, put out the fire. Mizu o, water, and then like bring. O meaning implied the verb, but bring water. Oh, ah! All right, so these two are going to talk for a bit. This is odd. You'll see why in a second. Okay. Ano toki, ju ni nani to de ami ni tsukamatte sono mama. Kosein ikisa. Okay. That time, 12, whatever. Ooh. What is this? This was like way back. Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, no. We're starting with this, and then this. There we go. Futo. Yeah, the pier. Juni futo de ami ni tsukamate. So I was captured by the army at Pier 12. So this is way back. Okay. As it was... Kolsein? Okay, it's not Kolsein. Kolshoin? Kolse. Yeah, rehabilitation. This is like Rehabilitation Institute going. As it was going to Rehabilitation Institute or something. All right, I'm just going to go with that. Kolse. Yeah. Okay. Kolsein. That's not a formal thing. All right. So, demo, あそこに入ってって助かったんだけどね. Well, but in that place, entering was saved, you know? Like, I guess I was saved by going into that place. Probably because of like all the disaster that happened. Like he was in a sheltered place when all the bad stuff happened. 随分昔のことみたい. Very much an ancient thing like that. It feels very much like an old thing. それよりも奴らまた来るぜ. More than that, those guys again will come. So more than that, they're going to come again. 俺にも手伝わせてくれよ. Also by me, do the favor like of allowing to help. So let me help too. 仲間だっているんだぜ. Talking about nakama, friends, allies, they exist. Meaning like I've got friends. Okay, so this is a little bit odd now. Apparently the next 4 pages in the original publication, the next 4 pages were actually published in the next chapter. In this edition, in the collected edition, they moved those 4 pages from the next chapter here. So the conversation continues, but apparently in the original, this happened in the next chapter. We're going to go ahead and read it as it's published in this edition. But 1, 2, 3. It looks like the rest of their discussion. So for whatever reason, in the original, this all happened in the next chapter. And literally like at the beginning of the next chapter, apparently. So a little confusing, but we'll manage. Watashi ni mo. Okay, also to me, talking about like, this is Kei saying like, basically she has friends. Tsuyoi nakama ga ita. Strong friends existed, wa? Or I had strong friends. Riso ya shinen mo atta. Like beliefs and convictions existed. Riso. Yeah, like, well, more like dreams. Dreams and convictions also existed. So she's talking about the friends, right? She was part of the resistance fighters, the resistant groups. Resistant group. Demo ima wa shugi mo seigi mo naku koroshitari, korosaretari, eien ni kurikayasareta yuku you ni omoete kuru. Okay. However, as for now, even like principles, like, yeah, principles like doctrine or rules, even those, and even seigi, which is almost like, which is morals. Yeah, justice, righteousness, even that, like becoming nothing or not existing. So as for now, it's like rules and principles and righteousness, justice, not existing, doing killing, being killed, eternally repeating, being done in that manner, able to think it's coming to that point. So, right, this is kind of how she feels like things are. I'm able to think that things have come to the point where we're just eternally repeating, killing and being killed without principles or justice, righteousness. That's what it feels like now. Before it was dreams and convictions. 逃げ出したいのこの町から want to run away. To run away and go out, want to do from this town. I want to run away from this town. From this city. わかるよ. I understand. そう思ってるのはあんただけじゃないさ. That way thinking, as for the ones, you only is not. So as for the people thinking the way, it's not just you. でも、俺たちは逃げるわけにはいかないんだ. But as for me, as for us, running away reason, answer to that, it cannot go. So basically, we can't run away. We can't run away. Tetsuo sa. Tetsuo. Aitsu wa ore tachi ga shimatsu o tsukete yaru. As for that guy, so again, Tetsuo, us, I guess like, will do, shimatsu is to clean up or to like basically take out. Shimatsu. Yeah. Oh, no. No, as for that guy, we're the ones that have to do cleaning up of him. That's what's implied. We're the ones that have to do the cleaning up for that guy. We have to clean him up, take care of him. Mukashi no yoshimite no ga akara sa. The ancient or the old yoshimite karasa. I don't know what either of those is. Yoshimite. Oh, talking about old connections, friends. It's akara. Okay, I don't know what about akarasa then. Akarasa. I think he's talking about like retribution for like the old, like what happened to their friends, right? Remember Tetsuo killed Yamagata, right? He mentions Yamagata. Let's check this out real quick. Mukashi no yoshi te ga akaras. Sa is just a pause word. Oh, it's probably atara existed because of the existence of old friends or something like that. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay, that's like atara. Okay. So ieba, Kanada wa dou shitanda? So he says, oh, if say it that way, meaning now that you mention it or now to think about it, as for Kanada, what happened to him? Ano toki, ano naka ni ite. Okay, so that time, existing to the inside, to that inside, nigeru hima mo nakatta wa, running away, hima mo nakatta, like the hima normally means like free time. Spare time. Nigeru hima mo nakatta. All right, I'm confused on this part too. Nigeru. Oh, the free time to run away did not exist. The spare time to run away did not exist. Nigeru hima mo nakatta. Okay, so that time on that inside, or maybe like amongst all that, like all that was going on. Again, running away, free time did not exist. He didn't have time to run away. So what happened to Kaneda? There we go. 殺しても死なねえやつだと思ったけどな. Even if do killing, not dying guy is thought. So this guy's like, I thought he was the guy that wouldn't die even if you killed him. De, well, huh? Yachatta no? Yachatta no. I guess this is like, did you do it? Meaning like, did they have sex? Because she's like, Nanyo? Kyuni? What's that suddenly? Henna koto iwa naide. Strange things don't say. Sonnan janai wa. That sort of a thing is not. It wasn't like that. Hey? Like, huh? Nani o yane? What is it? It's no good. Like, iyane? Yane? Soria moshikashite nanirete ita no kamo ne? As for that, perhaps nanirete ita no maybe. Ooh. Tobokeru, to play. No. No, it's ore. Horeru. Oh, to fall in love. Okay, so as for that, perhaps like fell in love, maybe? Huh? He's probably talking about Kaneda, or maybe her. It's not quite clear. Huh? Ima to nacha dodemo ii ka? I guess for now, how it's become, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Dodemo ii, usually like it doesn't matter, don't care, whatever. The way things have become now. So basically saying it doesn't matter anymore. Yup. That's him hopping off the rock. Sa ikoze. All right, let's go. Mada yaranakucha nannai koto ga ippai aru. Still must do things. Many exist. We still got a lot to do. So this is naranakucha nannai, naranai. Double negative of yaru. So must do things. Many exist. All right, this is the last of the pages that was originally in the later chapter. Ore wa Kai. As for me, Kai. So I'm Kai. We got Kei and Kai. So yo ne, konna tokoro de watashi dake oritari shitara. it is that way, you know. That's right, you know. In this sort of a place, just me, if due falling away. So if I leave, if I fall away at this point, at this place, minna ni awaseru kao ga nai mon ne. To everyone, able to show face, not existing thing it is. Basically, I wouldn't be able to show my face with everyone. Awaseru kao. Wait, awaseru. Oh, seru. Too ashamed. Literally to have no face to meet. Yeah. Basically, I'd be too ashamed. It's awaseru kao ga nai. A showable face or a meeting face not existing. So yeah, if I left right now at this point, I'd be too ashamed to face everyone. Okay. Watashi wa kei. As for me, kei. So I'm kei. Ikimashou. Let's go. All right. So remember, he looks like Kaneda. He is not Kaneda. He is Kai. All right. There are still a few more pages left. 2 more pages left. So, here's the losers going away. Heitai da. It's like army unit. Heitai. Yeah, it's soldiers. Motto heitai o atsumero. All the more gather soldiers. Okay, like let's gather more soldiers. Jumo, guns also. Oh, so this is him yelling this. Tamamo, and bullets. Bazooka demo, misaru demo, motto da. Even bazookas, even missiles, all the more it is. So even more. Dai Tokyo Teikoku wo nameyagatte. Underestimating or making light of the great Tokyo Empire. 1時間以内にすべて備え再攻撃だ. Within 1 hour, assemble everything. It's a second attack. 再攻撃だ. Okay, so they're just gonna go back. Soro? Yeah, soroe. So that's like make everything present. Pull it all together. Pull everything together within 1 hour. It's a second attack. All right, we're switching scenes. Remember, this is the colonel. He had put Miyako's body in this. Dosta ike. How did? What's wrong? Go. All right, this thing is like stuck on the hill or something. Oh. All right, I guess it made it up that embankment. All right, so he's headed there, I guess. Ayosh, iko. All right, let's go. Go. Okay, and that is the end for some reason of chapter 67. All right. So there we go. That's the end of 67. We'll continue next time here with 68, and I'm just double checking to make sure that that's correct and it all looks right. So there we go. That first battle seems to have subsided. We'll see where things head next. Chapter 68 next time. All right. Well, there we go. Yeah, well, that was a lot longer. It's why I didn't read it yesterday. I knew that was going to be a lot longer than, especially with those extra 4 pages. Anyway, we made it. It was about an hour. Hooray. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that was clicking pretty well, so that's good. All right. Well, hey, that is going to do it for us for today. Where can we go? We got lots of choices. Oh, we got someone doing Advent yarn, and we got someone doing snow. All right, you know what? We're going to go raid vintage. Vintage rated us a little bit while ago, so good target. All right. Well, thank you everyone for hanging out. Really appreciate everyone hanging out and all the fun stuff. We will continue tomorrow with, well, actually, you know what? I've got choir practice tomorrow, so we'll probably be done before we get to Julia Child. Sorry to say, but we will do some knitting and we will read probably some Jujutsu Kaisen and some Azumanga Daioh. But tomorrow, slightly shorter day because of choir, but we'll start at the same time. So have a good one. Thank you everyone again for hanging out. Stay safe, stay well. Enjoy the rest of your midweek here. Hope everything goes well. I will catch y'all next time. Let's go raid vintage, and I will see y'all later. Thanks again. Bye for now.